hello everyone. Welcome to my RPG show, I guess. We've got a lot of content for you today, actually. Usually you get one game. Today you're going to get more than one game. It's going to be multiple games, and they're going to all be pretty good, I think, probably. I don't know. See, here's the thing. I'm going to get to show off a game that I know nothing about. I've been interested in the East series for a long time, but I really haven't had the time or energy to look into it. And now I've got some of the best runners around who just get to show it off, and I get to learn while all of you learn. But first, a couple of quick announcements. First and foremost, if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to support our live content, consider checking out our Twitch channel at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. If you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. Consider using your Prime Gaming account to subscribe to GDQ. Your subs, your gift subs, your Amazon Prime subs, and any bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support our weekly Hotfix content like this right here, where you're going to get to watch some amazing runners run some amazing games. So thank you all for supporting our shows. Information on all of the Hotfix shows, not just this one, but all of them, is available at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. From there, you can find out more about submitting any of the runs that you think really need to be shown off to any of our weekly shows. And then finally, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, it's a pretty early wake up, but it's going to be worth it. We've got an Ape Escape exhibition match between two top any percent runners. They battle it out for supremacy in a tournament format. And with all that said, Ghost Kumo, hello.
Hello.
You're going to show us some really cool gameplay. I understand that this game is just buck wild.
Oh, yes. So real quick to kind of clarify the deal with these speedruns. These are going to be probably among the most broken speedruns you're ever going to see on this particular show. This run here is actually probably the least broken, if that can be believed, and we'll get into why that's surprising once we get started. But hey, so to give myself a proper introduction, I am Ghost Kumo. I've been running this game for 5 years now. I ran this last time at SGDQ 2017, and since then, not a whole lot has changed, but there's a couple of strats that are different. And I originally wanted to prepare a Unica run, but that category is ridiculously difficult for me to do. And we did kind of have this set up not super long ago, so I ended up just defaulting back to Toal, which I'm very familiar with, and you're going to see a lot of crazy stuff with. We also got a few other games, so if you're interested in the next games we're going to have Memories of Celceta, VIII Lacrimosa of Dana, and finally Felghana. So if you're familiar with those, stick around for those runs later. I'll be doing Celceta with my friend Jado, and he'll be joining us later. Anyways, so East Origin, as the title would suggest, is the prequel to the entire series. This is the only game where Adol Kristen, the main character of the franchise, isn't actually a main playable character. He's available as a bonus for certain time attack features, but we're going to be playing as one of three other characters, specifically Toal, who is the third playable character that you get for beating the game at least once. We're going to be running on the PC version. This version is currently the slowest version, but it is also, I think, the most interesting and fun to do, just because they haven't added the cutscene skip that they added in the PS4 and Switch versions. It is available on all platforms, and casual gameplay looks very different from what I'm going to be doing here, so if you're interested in picking up these games, just know that the speedruns are quite a bit different from casual play. Anyways, we're going to have a bit of a lengthy cutscene to start the run, because, you know, RPG. To clarify, the standard difficulty for this is still the easy difficulty. This is by no means the easy way to play the game. Very easy is that option, but easy part of the strat, and strats involve playing at really low HP levels because there are benefits to doing so. So there is still, you know, the challenge of making sure you don't get hit. Anyways, so I am good to give a countdown, and we can start whenever.
We are ready on your count.
Okay. When I say go. 3, 2, 1, go. So before starting this game, I have all FMVs disabled. There's a whole bunch of them. You'll notice that certain cutscenes are in 4:3. This is because this game was originally made in 4:3, but I currently run it at 16.9 just for a little bit of extra screen space to move around, because the control scheme I'm going to be using is mouse and keyboard. If you hear me clicking a little bit during cutscenes, this is because it's slightly faster to advance text while holding the advanced text button. So these two characters, if you're familiar with East 1, which sadly will not be shown during this marathon, but in there's a West Coast speedrun showcase on GDQ a while back, and my good friend Freedom Pulse ran East 1. But if you're familiar with that game, these two characters would seem familiar to you as well. These are the goddesses Rhea and Felghana. They're very important characters to the franchise, and they're good friends with our friend here, Toal, which is the name of the character that we will be playing as today. Specifically the extra version, which is unlocked by beating the game with all three characters and unlocking him in the bonus shop. The only real difference between EX and regular is a couple of additional properties to his magic, but one of those additional properties gives him elemental abilities on his wind magic, and that is going to be useful for one major skip, hence the category distinction. So a little bit of backstory on our friend here, Toal. His text is going to say Demon Toal every time he talks for the rest of the game, because he is essentially Edge Baby. I describe him as Wolverine meets Dante from the Devil May Cry series. He used to be a very powerful knight, and then his mentor was killed in battle, and so he kind of defected to try and get power for himself, is sort of his backstory. He's kind of in this whole thing for his own agenda, just to increase his power level, but so none of the bad guys here, these four characters we saw, and this sorceress here, Zava, none of them trust him, but he just wants to get power. So we're going to climb the tower to chase after the two goddesses who came here with the dark, powerful MacGuffin, the Black Pearl. Anyways, you might notice the music's a little bit different here. All the music in this game is replaceable Ogg Vorbis files. So I swapped out some versions with the Super Arrange, except for the final boss theme, which I personally really think is very underwhelming. And I replaced it with another track from another Falcom game, which I hope you'll enjoy. We'll get to that later. The cool thing about this character actually is it's one of the few games he is one of the few characters in any game, any RPG, that actually has justified experience points, because he gains power for everything that he defeats. So it's one of the kind of weird diegetic explanations for leveling up in a game. Anyways, Zava here just kind of leaves us with a crystal that lets us warp anywhere, which is going to be very useful for the speedrun. One of the things that East is great for is that most of the games have some form of fast travel, which is fantastic. All right, so that sets up a warp point here. Now on this screen, you're going to see me doing a lot of lunging. Lunging is going to be one of the primary forms of movement once we get the wind dash very shortly. But here it's slightly faster to do so. Lunging's great effect is that it lets us lower the defense of enemies. So I want to group these nerds all up in a corner here, because once I kill any sort of glowing red enemies, any nearby purple barriers will dissipate. It's about the only time I'm going to be killing red enemies, by the way. So this is the Cerulean Flabellum. It gives us the ability of Godspeed, and Godspeed is the most broken thing about this game by a pretty fair margin. From henceforth, doors and gates will just be suggestions. So I want to give a huge shout out to my friend Telly Yanis, a Finnish runner. Shout outs to Finland. Suomi, what is it? Suomi Mainitu? Or Torile, that's what I was thinking. He was the one who found...
That was correct. Suomi Mainitu, Torile Kavataan.
Yes. All right. Real quick, I'd like to shout out the Japanese community for giving me a new name for this room, which is the Dyson room, because there's a wormhole that sucks you in. Anyway, this Finnish runner by the name of Felghana, he found a strat called God Lunging, which is where you chain together a lunge into a God speed. And you're going to be hearing a lot of like cracking throughout the game. That's going to be because I'm chaining lunges into dashes here. And that is what I'm doing here. It is the fastest form of movement by a pretty fair margin, but it also allows for a number of glitches that otherwise wouldn't be possible. Oh, whoops, I'm doing Unica strats here. I was not supposed to jump up there just yet. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill those enemies here. And then, so I'll explain this in a moment, but there is a particular reason that I am using mouse and keyboard. Essentially, if you brush along a wall at a particular angle with your character model, which is something that's made very easy by the keyboard, you can get this trick called wall running. Real quick, I'm going to do just a very quick skip here. If you go at certain angles, you can just clip through everything with Godspeed, because Godspeed has a couple of frames where you just kind of don't exist. Yeah. So I'm just doing this to get a really powerful upgrade. But anyways, wall running. If you brush up against something at an angle just shy of parallel, you get a speed boost for all forms of movement, which include jumping, falling, and just sliding, God speed, everything. Which back there I used to get to make a higher jump than I could otherwise ordinarily be able to make. And I went to pick up the Rota fruit, which lets me feed this Rue. There's also a thing where if you let go of the cursor and use Godspeed in midair, you get a little bit of additional speed and distance, which allowed me to do a jump that I'm not ordinarily able to. So this Rue gave me a Cleary Ore, which I need for a power-up. Strength stat is very unforgiving in Use Origin. If you don't have enough strength, you are... if you don't have enough strength, then you are in big trouble. So I need to kill these guys, because if I'm going to let go of the cursor here and then just warp through this door here, I need to kill enemies if I'm not holding down the cursor when using Godspeed, otherwise I just lock onto the nearest thing, which is useful in certain instances. This bat stopped following me. Come on, buddy. I need to get all these bats to follow me. This is one of the worst rooms in the entire game, and everyone who runs this game, or this character in particular, knows why. These bats are a real pain in the neck, and you can only really hit them in air. For whatever reason, doing a jump attack is the most efficient means of doing damage. As you see, on the ground I do 1 point of damage, in midair I do up to 8. There we go. So now I unlock the boost ability, which allows me to go Edgy Demon Toal and get the power of red text, which allows me to get through the warp hole room. Alright, so we're gonna go back to the Dyson room. We just completely skipped the boss, and I didn't even talk about how that worked. We're also gonna skip the Dyson room because you can skip past this barrier with a well-timed God Lunge. There we go. That's actually one of the harder tricks in the run, so getting it second try really helps. Especially because one of the things this game does to encourage action and minimize grinding is that every time you hit something, you get a 1% modifier to your experience points, up to a max of 199%, which essentially means that I get double EXP whenever I kill something, so long as I'm constantly engaged in combat. Okay,
so
I need to kill.
I've seen a couple times different versions of this game being mentioned in chat. Are there major version differences between? I know you're playing on PC, but this game has been released for a lot of different platforms.
Yep, it's actually currently the only East on Xbox. Real quick, gonna do a skip here to get past this barrier because God Lunging is broken. God Lunging essentially extends the frame duration of my lack of hit detection. There we go, clip past it, and then we're gonna enter a boss here. So the PC version of this game, its main difference is that you have the mouse and keyboard controls, which actually make the speedrun easier and, in my opinion, a lot more interesting. The trade-off is that it doesn't have a fast-forward feature for cutscenes, which is kind of sad because there's a lot of cutscenes in this game. But that is on the Switch, PS4, and Xbox One versions of this game. This is Felghana. He's big, ugly, and obnoxious. He spits out these bubbles, and then eventually he's going to start spitting out these slugs, which he's going to try and consume for a health refill. For obvious reasons, we don't want that to happen. Ordinarily, he's a 4-cycle boss fight, but if he eats any of them, it becomes a 5-cycle boss fight, which is slow. Also, shoutouts to the super range version of this track. It's quite a bop. Yeah, trying to maintain proper speed in this fight is annoying because the little slugs like to screw with your movement speed quite a lot. Kind of make it have like ice physics. I'd like to not have a 5-cycle here. I have not seen him do this attack in a very long time. Okay, I just barely managed to prevent him from eating them. The other thing that the PC version has, I can repeatedly do the same attack for my main combo if I attack and then just mash the left click button. This is referred to as combo canceling, and it's repeating an attack over and over again. It's only slightly faster in certain instances, but it is useful. So here you're going to see, once again, after this cutscene, you're going to see me exploit the wall run's ability to get me additional height, and I'm going to be able to jump up 2 of these stairs instead of 1. So the story behind this cutscene, this character, her name is Epona, no relation. She's telling Toal that she saw a person who looked kind of like him but has blonde hair. That tells Toal that his brother Hugo is in the tower. If you know anything about Hugo, you know that he is a very contemptible man. Every one of his boss fights is awful, and his story is the worst in this game. Anyways, so there I just cleared 2 stairs with a jump instead of 1. And that is the Wailing Blue, the first of 6 areas in this game. So all these cutscenes here are essentially flashbacks to Toal's life, essentially. The music here, by the way, I did not realize this, is actually a slowed down version of the theme that plays in the final dungeon of East 2. Kind of the awkward thing about this game every time I run it is I love the soundtrack in this game. The soundtrack in this game, both the original and the super range, which I've modded in, are both top tier. Like, some of the best video game music I know. And then I have a ridiculous amount to explain in the run, so you have to listen to this nerd talking for an hour and a half. Essentially, this whole scene just shows his backstory as a knight, and then his encounters with the goddesses Rhea and Fina are both his friends, and it's severely implied that he has a bit of a strange relationship with the goddess Rhea in particular. Whoops, I don't need to activate that statue. Kill this guy. I'm going to want to get... This is one of a couple of grind portions of the run. The nice thing about it is the enemies here give good EXP along the way, and like I mentioned, the EXP multipliers, so want to just kill enemies that I run into, and then I want to get up to 117 as my HP. I don't actually have the level numbers memorized, like level 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is because this game's stats are all static. Every time you level up, you gain the exact same amount of stat points for every single stat. which makes speedrunning and routing very, very nice. As anyone who's ever run Chrono Cross will tell you, random stats can have a huge impact on a run. I'm gonna shout out Railcoon there, who also was a runner of this game many years ago and has been a GDQ showrunner since kind of the, I think, inception of Hotfix.
Yeah, so a little bit of behind the scenes there. Railcoon right now is actually doing a lot of the tech in the back, behind the scenes, running the show. So every time that we say something nice about Railcoon can't do anything about it, and that's really cool because Railcoon's great, and this is making Railcoon very upset because right now we can compliment Railcoon really as much as we want, you know, and at the end of the day, right now, Railcoon's just going to keep on doing an awesome job.
So while I'm killing these enemies here, I want to get little red, yellow, and blue drops, specifically the red and yellow ones most of all, because those increase my MP regeneration and max damage, which I really want to be able to quick kill the next boss, which is one of the most infamous bosses of this run. All right, I'm gonna see. I know I'm good on drops. Gonna make sure I don't forget to equip the black armor, mostly for safety. It loses a little bit of time to pick it up, but it makes this fight substantially more consistent. So this is Hugo. In my chat, Hugo is currently it's a gotcha word. You don't say it because he is a butt face. And all sorts of other nasty words that do not come to me right now. This is going to be the only serious time of the run, or particularly serious time of this run. I need to focus on this fight. I'm going to go for a quick kill where I do a quick slide into him and then just attack. I actually let go of the cursor here for a particular reason. It helps make sure that my attacks just lock on to Hugo here. All right. Oh dang, he didn't hit me with heavy for that long. So one of the neat little strats with this fight is that Hugo can actually hit you with heavy. We didn't get the quick kill, but what hitting you with heavy does is it makes it so you can't really jump that high. But the nice benefit to that is you can actually do a jump attack, which, as I mentioned, jump attacks for whatever reason do like 6-7 additional points of damage per hit. I can promise you there's actually some surprisingly interesting stuff to the story, despite some of the very rudimentary explanations I'm doing. The main reason I'm not focusing too much on the story is there's a lot of skips that are going to mean that certain things just happen without really much context. Excuse me. Anyway, this man here is Kishkal. I call him Cutscene Man, or at least that's what former runner Spoody Biscuit called him. If you look at his hair, it looks like his third headband is it's like they took the image of his second headband and just copy-pasted it above it, so it looks like his head is just glitched. Kid Skull is Mr. Edgy, I want to fight strong people dude, and he kind of more or less just shows up to waste time because he kind of just appears in cutscenes to, take time and ramble on about the strong and all that. But we'll get to fight him eventually. So that's another clear ore which I need to temper my weapon here, and then water dragon scales which I need to breathe underwater. Real quick, one thing I haven't touched on. So you might notice that every time I get an item, the Metroid item get jingle plays. The reason for this is that the very first composer of these, Yuzo Koshiro, Yes, that Yuzo Koshiro of Streets of Rage and Etrian Odyssey fame. He played Metroid very shortly before working on the music for the very first Ys game. And he thought that the sound effect was very good for communicating, hey, you just got an item. So he kind of just borrowed it from Metroid, and then nobody has seemed to ever have a problem between the two companies. In fact, Ys games have been released on Switch and Nintendo platforms many times since. So there's just a little fun fact there for you. So set up the warp here.
I do have a question for you. Since at this point there's a number of people in chat who have been talking about, to varying degrees, some surprise at Ys being speedrun.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody wanted to get into this speedrun, if somebody wanted to pick it up, where should they start looking for resources?
First and best place to start would definitely be on the speedrun.com page. We have some resources there. We have a community Discord for essentially all the games. Technically, except for Ys versus Sora no Kiseki, which is a VIII engine kind of pseudo fighting game that Falcom just made as like a thing for their fans. That's in another server, but all the Ys games are in their own Discord server, or in one big Discord server. And yeah, we're a very friendly community, very happy to have new runners and help new people out. I made a tutorial for this character many years back, and most of everything that's in that video is still applicable. It is difficult to learn this game in particular. Most of the games are fairly challenging to learn, but I think that's kind of what makes them so rewarding. So this whole tunnel here, there's a lot of speed tech that kind of went on I didn't even get to touch on. Sliding up against walls. Thankfully I get to do this skip again, so I can mention it. This skip's really easy. I just have to make sure I don't forget that. Just use the arrow keys to get a 45-degree angle and then jump and clip through there. I picked up an item called the Thunderclaw, which lets me kill red enemies here. There is actually a skip to get past this barrier here, which would save a little bit of time, but I've never been particularly great with the setup. Got unlucky with that enemy placement there. Message, like, as a quick setup thing, you can follow me at Twitter or Discord or on my Twitch page, and if you ever have questions, I'm always willing to help people either answer them myself or direct you to somebody who can. Alright, so I needed to kill those 3 enemies to get to 129, which is the correct level to be able to do just enough damage to get the quick kill on this next boss. Back in the little water tube there, I picked up an item called the Rotafruit. I mentioned that earlier. Essentially you need a Rotafruit to feed the roos. We're going to feed 3 of the 6. Most of them give really useful items, so it's worth it to feed them. However, in the run we only do it for 3, and I occasionally do it for a 4th one to get the bonus special final attack, which is usually one of my incentives for marathons. And so I picked that up during my SGDQ 2017 run of this game. This skip here is a little finicky. So God lunge to get past the pink barrier, and then just angle a charged Godspeed to get through the door. So I picked up a topaz from the rear that gives me a charged ability called Thunderclaw. So I'm gonna shout out my friend here, Tuxdev, which I shout out every time that I see this stupid centipede. He has kind of become synonymous with centipedes in the Ys community because of a particular time when he was speedrunning Ys 1 and said, oh, this boss is free, so I'm not going to save. And he managed to find the one way possible to die to the easiest boss of the run of Ys 1. So, shoutouts to Tux. He's been a good friend of mine for quite a long time in this community. So I'm going to wait for this guy to contort and then try to get a charged Thunderclaw here. Oh no, oh no. I wasn't able to get the quick kill because I boosted a little bit too quickly. So this boss stinks because if you don't get the quick kill, you're kind of just on Nidtilger's wild ride after that. Thankfully, he's given me very good spins. His head placement can be anywhere from on the ground to like the very top. So getting 2 spins there, it's not great. I could have had the 0 spin, which is the fastest fight, but 2 spin is better than a 3 spin, which is the most that you can get. And then sometimes he'll like uncurl, and then you have to hit him a bunch of times again. This cutscene here is just showing kind of the relationship between Toal and Rhea in particular. If you want to know the difference between the two goddesses, Rhea has she has like dark leggings and bangs, and I think slightly shorter hair. To kind of touch a little bit on difficulties, most of the strats are actually the same across difficulties. The strat against Nidtilger, though, is because you don't start the fight with boost, you have to kind of force it. So you just kind of do that. You take a whole bunch of hits and you just sandbag until you get to low health, and then just kind of do essentially what I just did at a slightly higher level. So corner clip there. Now this is the main point of difference between Toal EX and Toal. On this next screen is a couple of torches, and as I've mentioned, the wind magic, Godspeed, has fire properties, so we're going to skip the entirety of fire magic because we don't need it to complete the game. A lot of people say that this is the point in the game where the music really kicks into its peak. I personally think Flooded Prison is my favorite track in the game, but a lot of people say Guilty Fire here is the best, and I really like what they did with the super range version of it, so I put that one in. Down on that chest below me is another topaz. We only need 1 upgrade for each of the magics, because after that, the charged version it just gets like slightly better. It's not really worth the time investment. I need to be careful of this cycle here, or this sickle here. So by lighting those torches, I skip a boss fight, which is one of the freest bosses in the game, but it's tied to a 7-minute cutscene, so very slow, very, very slow. But that does mean that there's a lot of workarounds I have to find for Fire Tornado, which is the fire magic. So this is kind of the point of the game where we see Toal like deciding he wants to be a good guy again. This character here is Unica. She actually appears in an earlier cutscene that we completely skipped, and we're gonna give her father's sword, which was something we picked up in a cutscene we completely skipped. If you've noticed a pattern here, that's yeah, this is a very broken game, and it's only going to get more broken from here. All the games that we're running today are very broken. And yeah, somebody mentioned the story. The story of the East games, it's told out of order. Origin 1 and 2 is like the only Origin 1 and 2 at the start is the only correct sequence numerically. 4 comes after 3, 8 comes before 6 and 7, for instance. This is just because they're all sort of told as an overarching story of the adventures, usually Adol. except in this game. Did I forget to grab the rotodrop? I think I did. Okay, it's not a huge deal. We'll go without. I forgot to grab the rotofruit. I was following Unica route again. So this room here sucks out my energy. I have to kill all the red enemies here to open this gate. Actually, I don't need to do that. Again, I'm doing Unica strats here. I spent more time preparing Unica than I'd care to admit. Excuse the slightly sloppy gameplay. Yeah, there's a skip for that barrier there. I usually kill those 3 enemies at least to make it easier to do that skip, but I don't need to. I got a wall run there that I was not expecting, and it gave me more speed than I needed. I'm just gonna take this a little weird, just to prevent myself from falling off. Alright, so I have 140 HP. I need to get to 175 for this next boss because he's a colossal pain in the neck. The nice thing is that Charged Thunderclaw here is very good for killing waves of enemies. In addition, every tick of damage that it does heals me. So this is probably the grindiest portion of the run. And I am not grouping these enemies up right, so this is a fairly slow grind so far. That should be enough. So one quick god lunge here is a very easy means to get past that pink barrier, and then I just point my cursor in the top left corner, and I just skip right through it. Alright, so this is Gilaldi. He's a boss that's also in East 2, but that boss is kind of gross. This one is a much more interesting fight. He's going to try and punch me. I'm going to run to the side here, and then do jump attacks to kill the fist here. Oh, that's bad. I didn't mean to take 2 hits there. Might have to... Oh no, I lost all my jump height. Yeah, so this fight we do deliberately go down to low HP. But that's mostly because boost replenishes faster. And I need to play it safe. One of the perks of running on easy is that the lava doesn't hit you too bad. Oh no, I didn't do enough to get a cycle here. This is a very sloppy fight. And I seem to have just done barely enough damage there to What the heck? Wow. Well, I guess we were due for a that's never happened before. He was getting double hits on me, which he almost never does.
No,
I guess I just said
he said the thing.
I said the thing.
This is definitely a GDQ show now.
Yep. That's how you know we're live.
So we've learned that ending up with a double KO situation does not favor you. Honestly, I think that it's good that you're doing science here live on stream.
So we actually knew this from, I think double KO actually does go in favor. I just didn't do enough damage. Like, I think he had like a sliver of health left. Darn, wow, I'm like failing to execute on this guy. Alright, come on, give me the left arm, please. Aw, dang. So you notice I'm actually kind of trying to steer him back towards the back of the arena here, and that is because where you are in the fight does matter. When you end the fight. What the heck? This is really bad. Oh my goodness. My gameplay right now is very bad. Okay. What the heck? It just ate my jump input, or attack input. Okay.
So on the topic of steering the boss, I'm sure that there's a visual cue. I'm guessing maybe it's the door and the stairs. You want to be as close to those as possible when you end the fight?
Yeah, as far away from the door that is open. So actually, no, it's as far away from the door that's closed. Just gonna stay in the lava and jump here to make sure that I don't die. There we go. That's what a fight generally should look like. I gotta shake off some of this rust. I've had to prep for multiple games, and I guess my gameplay has been a little bit rusty. Oh well, I have plenty of time in my estimate. The nice thing about this game is if you die, you're given an option to retry, which will take you either back to the last screen with the save point, or the beginning of a boss if you die on a boss. So here's Unica just thanking us for standing here.
That checkpointing seems really, really nice. Seems like
yes.
it would make for a really good like marathon type setting run.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one that's like optional that I do occasionally take in marathon runs if my health gets kind of low at a particular point. The nice thing is you don't actually have to activate the save statue to get the checkpoint. So yeah, this is probably the second longest cutscene in the game. Like, my two least favorite cutscenes in the run would, in terms of just time they take, are this one and the first one. The longest cutscene in the game actually happens between the first and second phases of the final boss. And that one I don't mind because the final boss is like super free on literally every difficulty. And it's kind of like a nice breather before you finish out the run, so I don't mind that one. It is one of the nice things about running on PS4, but I don't like Toal's run on PS4 or Switch. Unicos is very cool, though. Many of the tricks that are actually much trickier for her on this version are surprisingly easy on that version because it has a steady frame rate. So the harmonica here is a bit of a leitmotif of East 1 and 2. So it's essentially in the soundtrack they call it Fina, but I really think it's kind of just the tune of the goddesses. Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a shame how this game took so long to come about. The original for PC was in 2006, but we didn't get it until 2012. And it kind of saw a resurgence in the popularity of East, which hadn't been really a name that people talked about since the SNES era when East 3 was around. And that game is a bit more infamous than it is known for being a particularly good game. But yeah. So the series has seen quite a bit of a resurgence ever since then. All right, on to Silent Sands. This place's music's also pretty good. Need to be careful of my movement here because I don't want to attract enemies to my position. And then because I don't have Fire Tornado, I have to kind of angle myself in a particular way to get through this barrier here. There we go. Now there's ordinarily a really silly setup for this skip, but I can just God lunge through this door. Can't remember if it was Yenis or Harumaki, who is the current record holder for just about every meaningful category of this game, and also just an absolute ace at this game. If you follow me, follow Harumaki, although I think he doesn't stream much on Twitch anymore. He tends to stream on Nico Video, which I don't particularly like Nico Video, but I make an exception for him because he's that good at this game. So doing some lunges here, and then the nice thing about Thunderclaw is it has a pull effect. I don't do a lot of damage, but I rack it up quite quickly. So this is the gold bracelet. Lets me double jump. It's very nice. Yeah, I kind of have to, at some point in this run, give a proper shout out to all the East community people, but Yenis and Harumaki are two of the most influential, along with Sweetie Biscuit and an older runner by the name of Extreme Board, who found a lot of strats. Also shout out to Gaia Chaos, who found a lot of the boss strats in this game. So this room has actually a very unique strat to it that doesn't appear at any other point in the run. These enemies are going to swarm me, so I'm going to do a double jump, downward attack, which is the only time when that's actually in the route. It's usually not very good for damage, but it stuns enemies, and they're all grouped together. So groups them together for a Thunderclaw there, which usually kills them all. One of them got away this time, but I think this room actually has one of the cooler strats for combat in the run. So this is the first time we're meeting a goddess. We do meet the goddess Fina in a particular cutscene that we skipped. She doesn't appear until the end of the game because of all the cutscenes that we skip. Essentially, they find Fina, and she has no idea where Rhea is because the goddess is split up, and the bad guys in this game who we're working for are looking for the Black Pearl that is currently in Rhea's possession that you see is right next to her. It's very powerful, but it kind of makes somebody go mad with power. It is the dark plot MacGuffin of East 2, so it's kind of a callback to that. And this whole cutscene is really the turning point in Toal's character arc, where he says essentially, look at what I've become a monster, the man you knew is dead. And then Rhea's like, I don't think so. but despite our mission being to capture her, we're gonna basically let her go. She's gonna give us the silver chimes, which I hope I get to use. It's an item that lets me kill undead enemies, but there's only one particular area of the game where killing undead enemies matters, and that is situational depending on whether I get a specific skip or not. So I'm going to go for a skip on this next screen, which only saves about 3 seconds, but for marathon showcases, I like to try and show it off. I didn't get the God Lunge, and I somehow still got the skip. First try. So that actually saves time. That actually saves time. Well, I guess that's to make up for the 2 Galaldi deaths. Except not really. Oh no. These scarabs are the worst thing ever. No exaggeration. Like, there's the plague, war, and then there's the scarabs. So like the 3rd worst thing ever. The annoying thing about this game is there's basically no hit stun, so, and they're particularly infamous for just charging into you and just disappearing a whole, like, 1/3 of your health bar to, like, 2/3. So I'm gonna do a skip here, which is gonna skip the entirety of the Rado's Annex portion of the run. And that saves a lot of time on just cutscenes. So real quick, oh shoot, I did not mean to do that. Actually, this is a good spot to do it, so it doesn't matter. So I'm gonna do a corner clip here, which the geometry of inward pointing corners is kind of weird. And there's little bits where you can just clip right through them if there's something on the other side, which in that case there is. So I'm able to just God Lunge past it. So, saves a fair bit of time, but it also helps tremendously in Toal EX where I don't have the Fire Tornado. It ate my jump. So the sand here isn't actually sand, it's more like glass, and it's very slippery. Now, ordinarily I would grind because this boss is a butt, but you can actually clip right through this door if you wedge yourself right past the door. Alright. So by doing wall runs, I can get just enough height to jump over the boss trigger. I don't know why that plane doesn't extend all the way to the ceiling of the room, but it doesn't, which means that I can just skip one of the most annoying bosses in the entire run. So that is one of 3 potential possible skips that you can do by jumping over a trigger. There was the 4th boss that I did skip way earlier on Guilty Fire, but that's entirely because they decided they were going to put fire on Godspeed and just kind of left an oversight in the game. It's not even a glitch. Actually, wait, there's another boss that we skipped. When we entered the room with the bats, we skipped the first boss of the game, which, yeah, we skip a lot of things in this game.
I'm sorry, can we revisit this just one more time? You just said, oh wait, I forgot, there was another boss we skipped, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
There's a lot of
I
things
just wanted to make sure that I heard you correctly, thanks.
Yeah, we skipped the first boss of this run on all characters. Alright, so this is Blighted Blood. This is the worst area in the game, in my opinion. I don't particularly like the music here, but I wanted to keep it organic. In past marathon runs, I replaced it with the desert theme from E7, which, if you haven't checked it out, I actually think E7 has my favorite soundtrack of the franchise. Oh shoot, I had the wrong magic equipped. So this screen right here is very good for grinding. A fully charged Thunderclaw is nice because it lets me kill these little green army goblin thingies in one attack, but only in boost. This is another one of those areas where I actually really want to grind, but I can do so along the way. But yeah, the first boss we skip because we clip past the door that you get that you need his key for. This last boss we skipped just by straight up jumping over the boss trigger because they didn't program a vertical ceiling on it, or they programmed a vertical ceiling on it. I'm gonna go for a couple attempts on this. Get just enough height to jump over that. If you get the angle for a wall run. So that's, I don't think I lost or saved any time because of how many attempts it took. Actually, I think I lost a little bit of time, but I like showing off strats, so this is a showcase, not a PB attempt. And sort of my mindset going into runs of this game with marathons is, I can go for that in a PB attempt, so I don't have to worry about it. It's like, as long as I show off all the cool stuff in this game, because most of it's not like, you know, if you do this, your run will end. If you do this, your run will end if you fail. And this game is really nice with saves anyway, so it's not like it really matters. One thing I do wish is that Toal had the triple jump, which is a particular glitched ability that Unica has, which is a 3-frame jump, or a 2-frame jump actually. That you can do in this room to get straight up to the treasure chest at the top. I don't have access to triple jump in this version, and I'm running on the North American release, which is on the 1.1.1.1 version of this game. There is a 1.0.04 version that has an infinite jump trick, which normally 1.004 was sort of a meme, but the Japanese community's kind of brought that back. So we get up here, and this room's kind of neat because we can't actually kill the enemies in here by just doing straight up damage. So instead what we do is we use Thunderclaw to keep the enemies in the poison water, which hurts enemies as much as it hurts me. Or a lot more, I guess, because it hits them for 20, it hits me for 1. But that's the strat pretty much on all difficulties. There we go. That door is really obnoxious. Its geometry is like different from every other door in this area. So this is the first time we're gonna actually pick up armor in quite a lot of time because I'd get 3-shot at this point in the game. Oh no! Somehow I always manage to fall in that pit on GDQ in particular. I very rarely fall in that pit, but I fell in that pit on my SGDQ 2017 run. It's like, I'm cursed to forever fall in that pit. Maybe I should just learn to set no fall mode before a run. So a bit of unfortunate there. I had to boost, mostly so I wouldn't die, because that would set me back quite a lot. But boosting there means I don't have boost for this screen for very long. Which is going to make this grind a little bit slower, and if these guys would stop comboing me, that would be lovely. So this room right here is the single best room in the game for EXP. Yeah, I've leveled up like 3 times in this room, and I'm still not done yet. Doing a bit of a corner wall jump. If you run into a corner on the right side, you can also get the additional height from a wall run. It's useful in a couple places. The point I want to get to is 267, which ideally I can skip this next boss, but if I can't, that's not a big deal. It's only about a minute time loss. There we go. So we're gonna just ignore these enemies because God Lunging is super OP. And this clip you gotta brute force. Now I'm gonna try for a particular... What the heck? Where's my cursor? There we go. My cursor disappeared. I'm gonna try for a skip here. See if I can get it. Dang, I just barely missed the jump timing. There's a specific point that I need to focus on, and then I have to time my jump correctly to get just enough height to skip over it. So this is Pictimos, the worst nightmare of my good friend Harumaki. He has ended many of his runs. To the point where he has like a pixelated version of Pictimos as his Discord avatar. That always amuses me. This guy stinks. He starts to summon these little minions that heal him. If you're playing this on higher difficulties, this boss is like really infamous for taking a lot of attempts to kill because he likes to heal. So, should get a very small heal error. There we go. I'm gonna do one strat here to try and get to the back of the room. Shoot, I was on the wrong side. Actually, no, I wasn't. I lost sense of direction there. That's fine. So doing that boss there supplants the need to grind afterwards, which means I only lose about a minute for doing this fight. But yeah, on any higher difficulty runs, you just wouldn't fight this guy. You'd either reset, or you would save and then keep trying the jump over and over till you get it. It's only really on this difficulty where you can really recover. I think you can do it on normal as well, but since we don't have Fire Tornado, which makes that fight so significantly easier, it's better to just it's better to just try and skip it. So this is the point where Toal decides he wants to be a good guy again. And try and help the world of Ys, which was more or less attacked at the beginning of this game. Of course, our idiot brother was tempted by Dallas, and they never trusted us to begin with, so the second that we betray them, they just are like having none of it. So we just get utterly blasted by Hugo here, and the goddess gets taken away along with the Black Pearl. Kind of one of the unfortunate things with Toal EX is easy difficulty is really the only difficulty where it makes much difference. It saves a couple of minutes on normal, and then after that it's just better to grab the fire power, because it just does, it's such a useful defensive magic because it gives you a couple of guard frames where you don't take damage. I see Real Coon mentioned something about crashing. This game is very stable. Occasionally I've had it crash, but I've had it crash like 3 times, and I think it was just like some sort of bad cache kind of thing. I don't know exactly. It crashed twice on one stream and then one other time and then like never again. Somebody mentioning what East game to start with. I would personally say this is a great place to start. I don't think there's really any wrong places to start apart from like 2 and 9. Just because those games are a little awkward. I also think Oath is a bit prohibitive. But like really you can start just about anywhere in the series. I have my own personal like sheet that I consult. Alright, so super range version of this next areas track is really good. So once again doing a corner clip, using a corner here to wall run. Just get in the wrong position there. So I need this armor, or I am going to get shredded by this next boss. I'm going to fight this at 278. Optimally, I would just take another enemy mob and fight it at 284. But that one level makes a huge difference, and I kind of want to show this fight off as if I had gotten Pictimo skip. Because it's actually one of the more interesting fights in the game, I think. And kind of this fight's an interesting turning point in Toal's character arc. Although Kishgal, more or less, being the one who actually was the one who murdered his mentor, kind of makes this have a little bit more personal weight to it. Oh no. Alright, this attack sucks. I ate my charge. I need to be careful here. He's doing that attack again. You jerk. Kind of left the room in a very undesirable state with all these icicles here. There we go. That was a very not great fight, but yeah, the difference between 278 and 284 is huge there. Like that fight, I can basically just face roll. But we usually do that fight at 278 if we get Pictomo skip, and I felt like it would be more interesting if I showed off the 278 fight than the 284 fight. Ideally, I executed a lot cleaner, but that's fine. Run needs a little bit of attention. So, kind of where this becomes a turning point of Tell's character arc is now that we've defeated Kishgal, he wants us to finish him, you know, like a warrior, and Tell's like, no, I'm not a demon anymore, which Kishgal absolutely gets ticked off over because he thinks that, you know, mercy is a weakness. Of course, Unica comes in here and just completely owns him. And so we're gonna let these nerds who we've barely seen at all in this story, they're more prevalent in the other stories, take care of things. All right, I'm gonna let that sax play a little bit longer. I'm gonna try for this clip once. It's really hard and only saves about 10 seconds, but it looks really cool. So I'll see if I can get it. Dang, okay. There's a way you can actually jump through that corner there. Because of the little pylon there, I can't actually, I can only jump through it, but you can, if you position yourself correctly, you can do a precise neutral jump into a direct left jump to just barely clip through that corner. So I've replaced the version of the mirror theme in this game with the one from East 1 because I like that one, or the East 1 Chronicles, because I like this one a little better, but mostly for the violin. Do a little corner clip there, it saves about 5 seconds. That's very strange, I ran into the mirror and it didn't do anything. That violin gets me every time. One of the things I love about Falcom's music is they love their use of violin. Alright, I gotta see if I can get this skip here. Alright. So this is Zala. It's quite the fight. A lot more story stuff happens here on Unica's story and Hugo's, but on this one it's just basically Clawman versus Sorceress. She summons these two giant heads, which are both from East 1. In fact, almost every boss in this game is from East 1 or 2. Just kind of reimagined, because East 1 and 2 had incredibly simple combat systems. So these are Yogurt and Omelette, aka Bowie's Morning Face, aka Yoglix and Omelgun. Now, ideally, I should enter this fight with no collision. Okay, I got the no collision glitch. It doesn't save hardly any time on this difficulty, but it's what we do on Nightmare. Now, if I don't make any collision with the heads for a while, I will not take any damage for the rest of the fight. Okay, so I kind of have to make collision with the heads there, but like... Okay. Alright. I don't usually get the no collision glitch in marathons, so it's kind of cool to show it off. Ah, darn, she got away with like a tick of health left.
So, how precise would you say the no collision glitch is to get?
Not particularly. There we go, one more hit. It's based on the position and angle at which you dash. Essentially, what happens in certain boss fights is when you use Godspeed and enter a boss turn, you'll carry the lack of collision detection into the boss fight. You regain it if you make contact with any 3D objects, which includes bosses, which is why I regained collision there when I attacked the heads, because I was only hitting the sprite model there. Yeah, that skip doesn't actually, or that trick doesn't actually save any time, but it's cool to show off. It doesn't save time on this difficulty. It is really helpful on Nightmare though. Yeah, all the music in this game is saved as a dot. It's in the common folder on the Steam apps and your program files. So each game just has a music folder, and you can just change the files. It's like ESO_035 or 0XX, and you just rename another .ogg Vorbis file, which you can easily make in Audacity. And convert the Audacity from an MP4 or MP3. MP4 is the video format, what am I thinking? Anyway, this place has awesome music, so I'm gonna shut up for a second. Hey, I got the super slide. Real quick, one little bit of speed tech in this game is if you're ever doing a straight up neutral dash, without the lunge, it's fastest to jump and then attack and then do a Godspeed, because this preserves momentum the best. So this next door is the most broken door in the game. Every character can skip it with the right setup because the collision around the boundaries is very janky. There we go. Okay. So that setup right there was to also do the no collision on this boss. The difference between that boss and this boss is this little git here doesn't have collision and doesn't summon 3D objects.
So during that, were you going with a visual cue, or how do you make sure that you're aligned for no collision?
Visual cue on my mouse. So here I just combo cancel him to death. The nice little benefit about this is not only does it make a tricky boss trivial, but it guarantees that I can beat this fight without losing my EXP multiplier, because fights against 3D model characters actually does keep the EXP modifier. Yeah, the one trade-off is I can't use Godspeed if I use the no collision detection, because if I use the no collision glitch, or no hitbox glitch, I guess it would be more accurate. I love this text here. This conversation's great. But if I do enter a fight without hitbox, then I cannot use Godspeed, because Godspeed returns my hitbox. Alright, so we have 2 more boss battles left. We also get an item called the Goddess Ring. For the other characters, they get an item that gives them basically a free 1-up on the final boss. Toal, though, he gets a +5 strength and +5 defense, which at this point in the game, my strength is quite high, but that +5 actually makes a significant difference, and that +5 defense actually makes a huge difference as well. Also, I haven't even talked about how great this music is. This music is like endemic to the game. This isn't even in the super arranged version. I don't know why I'm not dashing more. We tried to see if there's a way to get remove collision detection for this fight, but it's actually really pointless. Because we're gonna have to use wind magic here, actually quite a lot. So here's Dallas, the big final adversary. Here he has the Goddess Rhea captured, and he's about to unleash the power of the Black Pearl. But essentially, Rhea tells us to unleash the power of the Goddess Ring. By the way, a little fun fact, if you make it to this fight without unlocking Burst, which is the super special laser attack, you get an achievement. There's an achievement for not getting it, and or not using it up until you get to this point of the game. Alright, so this is the Dallas fight. He's a very typical style RPG fight, RPG final boss. He actually is the final boss of the other 2 characters, but Toal has an extra fight afterwards. And by that I mean he has 3 phases, but they're all fairly quick, and this is probably the easiest boss fight in the game, even on Nightmare. So, if you've been following along, you know that we don't have fire magic. But there is still the wind magic, which just makes this fight take substantially longer. I actually need to not boost because that's slow, and it's more useful in the last phase. The problem with Dallas here is he loves to just skirt off screen where I can't hit him. or out of the bounds of the arena. So this phase ends up being the lengthiest of the bunch. So we sometimes call this fight Dallas's Wild Ride. Thankfully, once I break it, I can actually do enough damage that I won't need to use Earth Magic, because we just keep breaking through the shield and like chipping away at his health. All right. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, this is like if you don't know what you're doing, this fight can be actually quite a bit tricky. But once you know what you're doing, this is one of the easiest fights in the game. To the point where, like, I think I first tried both this and the next boss fight on my Nightmare playthrough. Anyways, so I gotta get to his final third of health. I need to watch out for that little wormhole attack he does there, because it causes him to shoot me with an undodgeable laser, and that laser is obnoxious. Alrighty. And let's fight one down. Should be just barely coming up on estimate. I might be slightly over. But 2 deaths on Galaldi and some jank of falling in a pit will do that. So before Dallas can unleash the power of the Black Pearl, he gets impaled with extreme prejudice from the skies. And we find out who the real villain of the game is. So if you come back in about 4 minutes if you don't want any spoilers. Give you a moment. So this is Kane Fact, Hugo Antol's father, who he's been mentioned throughout the game, but we haven't actually seen him. The Fact family is sort of cursed. In fact, actually, every time I say the word fact, it's a little bit of a weird thing because I'm trying not to make a pun. But yeah, their last name is Fact. But anyway, he's been pulling the strings behind the scenes the entire game, essentially. And he's just kind of just turns Dallas into Essence, which therefore does not explain at all why you find Dallas in East 2. So Toal thinks he can stop the big bad here, but Kane Fact is kind of an absolutely atrocious father. In fact, actually reveals he was the one who set up Toal's mentor, Saltova, to die in the first place. That kind of set forth the chain of events from the beginning. He's mentioned quite a bit in the background, but yeah, this comes in as a fairly big plot twist. Yeah. So this laser beam that I fire is actually an attack that you can unlock, but you need to feed a Rue. So yeah, while I'm waiting here, let's give a shout out to the community. Shout outs to Tsukibaka, who used to be the admin of the East Discord. Did a lot of strat finding and kind of pushed this community far quite a ways in terms of growth for quite a few years. So here's the built-in Arranger version of Genesis Beyond the Beginning, which ties into quite this climactic moment. We get the Silver Sword, which there's a reference to East 1 where you need the silver sword to defeat Darkfact, the final boss of that game. Only this time it shoots lasers. Yeah, shout out to Tsuki. Shout out to the Japanese community of this game. Harumaki, Nazuna, who you'll hear a couple times in the next game. A new Japanese runner by the name of Nori, who currently is the record holder for Unica on Switch. It's like, seen quite a bit of growth in this game. Shout outs to Spoody again. He found a lot of the strats and was the record holder for a long time. And shout outs to Felghana, another strat hunter who ran this game on a controller for a very long time, despite it being suboptimal. So the music that plays here, I've never been a big fan of it, so I replaced it with my favorite Falcon JDK track of all time. So for anyone here who's familiar with the Trails in the Sky series, because I don't know how we're ever going to get that on this channel. I want it to be on this channel, but this is the closest we're going to get for now. So the trick here is he has the Black Pearl as his weak spot. We need to basically break the Black Pearl. Oops, I fell off. That's bad. I mean, yeah, the final boss music of this game is okay, but I don't know. I like changing it to whatever I want. So after the first phase, the Black Pearl will appear in one of 3 spots. His left arm, right arm, or body. So it kind of just becomes luck. Ideally with Thunderclaw, I can actually hit it. Ideally with Thunderclaw, I can hit 2 of them at once. And therefore I only have to do attacks twice. Yeah. I mean, I do think that putting Silver Will here is very appropriate, considering I'm using the Silver Sword and I'm playing as a silver-haired character, and this is like the leitmotif of a silver-haired character in those games. I have a very personal attachment to this song, so that's why I put it in. Has to do with the first time I ever put together a marathon, which was the Falcom RTA marathon that we did on the RPG Limit Break channel many years back. And by many years, I mean, I think it was 2018 or 2019. 2018. Yeah. So shout outs to my Trails peeps. Anyways, now we're gonna get to the final part of this fight. He's gonna summon this like kind of cage of tentacles, and we want to break it before the arena fully forms, so that way I can get a lot of hits here. And I did not get very many hits here because the geometry in this fight is awful. Once the screen fades to white here, that means the fight is over. And I am getting repeatedly attacked, so it's making this exceedingly difficult. Dang it. I was not reading my input there. Okay. And that's time.
What a run.
I guess based on my timing, it's like a 127, 128.
Yep, right in there. Gosh, you know, I remember thinking to myself, I'm really looking forward to finally understanding more about Ys now that I'm showing off a bunch of these runs today. You might be surprised to hear that so far I don't understand Ys any more than I came into the show understanding it. So, you know, that's good.
Oh yeah, they're great games. Origin has a pretty solid story. They have this big interconnected world with a lot of lore to it, which is really cool. Alright. Unfortunately, the boss theme keeps playing here. I do think this scene should have another track. But anyways, yeah, so my best time in this game is a 119.26. Usually I'm able to do under an hour 25. Those 2 deaths on Galaldi really set me back, because they happen at the absolute
I feel like
worst
each
time.
of those fights, just on their own, was 2.5 minutes. So yeah, without those, it would have been a really, really low time comparatively. But so I think coming up next is, man, look, the titles for these games, I'm gonna make a fool of myself multiple times today. I'm looking forward to that. Coming up next is going to be a race of East Memories of Celceta. How do you say that word? Hey, help me out.
Celceta. It's close. You got it right.
Okay.
You got it right. All right. I got to get set up for that. So.
Yep. So we are going to get set up. We're going to cut you all to a break. Now's a great time to grab some water, stretch your legs. Let's be healthy.
All right. Be right back.
And we are back. So usually people show up to an RPG speedrunning show and they think, all right, I'm going to watch a game. Well, surprise, surprise, we've got more for you. Just a reminder, though, for anybody who's just showed up, if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to see our live content, consider checking out our Twitch channel at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. If you're watching now and you want to, after this is all done, you want to see other shows that you've missed, any previous content, head on over to YouTube Games Done Quick channel. Lots of great content there. You get to relive all of your favorite moments. If you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. Consider using your Prime Gaming sub to subscribe to GDQ. Your subs, gift subs, Amazon Prime subs, and any bits cheered on the Twitch channel help support our weekly hotfix content. Thank you all so much for supporting our shows. Information on this show and all of the other hotfix shows as well is available at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. From there, you can also find out more information about submitting any runs that you think really need to be shown off to the world to any of our weekly shows. And finally, really important, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, there's going to be an Ape Escape exhibition. It's a super fun, it's a super fun run to watch. If you haven't seen it before, you definitely want to be there. We've got two of the top any percent runners who are going to be battling it out for supremacy in a tournament format. But today, at right now Eastern Time, we're going to be showing off another type of race. This is East Memories of Celceta. I've got Ghost Kumo, I've got Jado, and because let's be real, I don't know any of these games, we brought in some professional commentary. Zelnu.
There's something funny to me about the word professional. You guys are the professionals. We're just nerds who play video games. Except Zelnu, he's pretty cool. Hi Zelnu. Welcome in.
How's it going?
Hello.
Hi Jado.
Yeah, I don't know if I would consider myself a professional at any of this, but...
So, welcome to East Memories of Celceta. This is a game I've been also running for about 5 years now. From back when it was on the Vita in a 3-hour run. If you see the any percent 37-minute estimate, this category is the third most broken East category. In fact, there's not a whole lot of combat left in this run. It's just a straightforward execution with some bosses thrown in, which is part of why we want to do it as a race, because it kind of gives a little bit more suspense, I guess. Once again, we'll be doing on the easy difficulty. Only this time it's because there actually isn't a huge difference between easy and nightmare on the super major glitches category. The normal major glitches has quite a bit more combat oriented, but yeah, this is gonna be a very glitchy run. This is gonna be the first run we have with Adol, who I mentioned in the Origin run. Thanks, Jado, for everything you've done to this game. And the next two games that he'll be showing off. So, are you ready to start?
Yep, I'm good to go.
All right. So real quick, we're going to be running this on the PC version, which has super hyper fast forward cutscenes. So we're going to probably try and explain the story even less in this one, just because it's even harder to follow. But yeah. All you have to really know is the premise behind this game. Adol Kristen enters the world of Celceta, and he's lost all of his memories, which he needs to get back via these memory orbs, which are going to be very useful for the run for very different reasons. But prefaces aside, I'm ready to go. I'll go ahead and give the countdown. Y'all ready?
Oh yeah, yep, I'm good.
Okay. Alrighty. I don't know. I like to give the I like to make sure I get the thumbs up. Anyways. All right. When I say go, we'll go ahead and begin. 3, 2, 1, go. So, this game is in the 3D Ace game style, which has the party system. We're going to get another character here soon. Every game starting with E7 gave you a party of 3 playable characters that you could freely switch between. And I know a lot of people's inclination is to just use Adol for most of them, but Adol is actually not going to be used a whole ton for this particular run. He does get the beginning and end, though, so he bookends the run. By the way, you'll see when I enter this memory, there's a good chance we'll be hearing voice clips. This is kind of a side effect of playing the game at a frame rate above, yeah, multiple overlapping voice clips there. It's kind of a side effect of this game playing at a frame rate above 60. We normally play at 120 frames per second because that is the fastest that is enabled by default.
And unlimited causes some strangeness at times.
Yep. So basic combat, we have an attack button, and then we have skills that we can bind to the 4 face buttons. I just unlocked a skill called Rising Slash, which is the bread and butter skill of Adol's kit. There's other good ones, but it just happens to be the one that's easiest to weave into combos.
And throughout this whole sort of beginning opening area is a tutorial, this mine's first dungeon. A lot of these combats are designed to teach you specific things. The last one you just saw was about different damage types. So certain enemies have different weaknesses to the 3 different damage types. That doesn't actually play too much into this run, but there's a few parts where it matters.
So real quick, you're actually going to see me playing as this silver-haired nerd. He is not Dogi, he is the Dogi imposter of this game, and Duran. Our theory behind why Dogi is not in this game, if you're more familiar with the other East games, you'll be seeing him more later. But our theory for why Dogi is not in this game is, since Adol lost his memories, Dogi being here would just kind of ruin the whole point of the game, because he would just refresh all of our memories. So picking up a Rotodrop there, it's kind of like a Phoenix down, but we're going to be using it for a glitch later. So Zelna, you want to explain flash guards and flash dodges?
Okay, so combat in this game, there's a guard and a dodge, but if you guard right before an attack hits you, or dodge right before an attack hits you, you get a flash guard or a flash dodge. If you do a flash guard, you get a damage boost for a little bit and take no damage, and if you do a flash dodge, you get kind of a bullet time factor. Everything slows down and you move a little bit faster. A lot of the combat, especially for bosses in this, requires getting flash guards on attacks and then using that bonus damage to do more damage to the boss and kill them quicker.
Yeah. In that particular fight, it's actually really nice to get the guard just before he gets stunned, which is notated by a meter. It's the only boss fight that really matters on, and then that's when I use my extra skill, which is the finisher skill that I just used. So here we're given the task to essentially map out the region of Celceta after having saved those guards there. We're not going to do hardly any of that. The map is the most broken thing about this run. So, yeah, this is, if you're seeing a text box here, this is perfectly normal. This cutscene here plays about 30% into the game. So yeah, this is the super broken category of this game. This character here is Karna. She is our third party member. We're gonna do that cutscene again because we really like it. No, because
doing it again gives you Duran back, because doing it the first time removes him from the party.
Yep. All right, so what we've done, if you talk to an NPC and open the menu on the same frame and then go to the map, and you can actually store the text box by holding R1. And this is just giving our third party member and advance the game to about 40% of the way through. 35 maybe.
So a bit of like extra information about like having this text on screen. So when we enter a room with this text box up, it reverts that room back to its like base state, and there's a bunch of just cutscene triggers just laying around, and every time you run through one of those triggers, it's going to queue it up, and then after you get rid of that text, it's going to start playing them, and that's how we was able to trigger a cutscene much later in the game to get Felghana.
Yeah, so I need Karna for one particular thing. So there isn't a text box on my screen right now, but that's because I'm actually hiding it with the R1 button. Yeah, this game. Other thing about this game is the sound effect of the dodge roll is kind of entrancing. This game has the most dramatic dodge roll I've ever seen.
It's really satisfying, and just picking up the game like the first time, just that first movement in town, it's like, oh yeah, this is good.
And a lot of the time, it actually syncs up with the music, which is quite nice.
So coming up is a big skip to skip sort of a Lost Woods area where they're gonna have a character intentionally be killed in the water. And it's very important that they die in the water, as that will set their default position sort of in, or they'll set them in the swimming state so that when they use that sort of Phoenix Down item they picked up in the last dungeon, it will revive them in the in that underwater or in the water default state, which, because they will have moved on land up to this point, will revive them under the map. I kind of wanted to try to explain that before everything happened.
Yeah, so I'm gonna switch the dead character to active and then revive her, and she's just gonna fall through the floor. I'm doing some quick saves there because saving in this game is really easy, and this glitch is very easy to screw up. Alright, so I listen for the dash sound effect, and then I use a memory there, and then I switch my characters who are back on the ground. And then I go to use a text storage on the bridge here, which yes, you can do. You have to talk to an object and then, or talk to any interactable thing, and open the menu on the same frame, which this game is really, really nice because one of its accessibility features is that you can bind inputs to multiple different buttons. So what I end up doing is I bind confirm or talk and open the menu to L3 on my PS4 controller, which guarantees that I can open the menu and talk to something on the same frame. So I'm given the option to lower the drawbridge on basically any screen, but because I have a text box stored, it's gonna just allow me to skip straight into this first dungeon without having to do this fight at the beginning, which is nice because there's an overworld action that I need to do to be able to enter this next dungeon that I cannot do if I don't have this text box on screen.
Also, there's sort of a fight at the beginning of the dungeon that is being skipped, and because of all the cutscene shenanigans at the beginning of the run to get Karna early, she is currently at level 1 and has no weapon. And Adel and Durin are completely underleveled for the fight.
Normally, if you get her when you're supposed to, she'll join at level 11, which is used in the no major glitches kind of category. I call it that mostly because it's the most common term. Its actual term is no cutscene, walk, force cutscene, or text storage, which are 3 very broken glitches that are all kind of similar in what they do.
Yeah, blame me for that long-winded name.
Yeah, we had to find some way to keep the run that had some level of integrity. I mean, this run's never really had that much integrity ever since Ravi-san broke it, which huge shout-outs to Ravi. I do need to give a huge shout-out to the Japanese community, the old runners, the old guard, Ravi, Tadata, and Hakto, and then also newer runners like Ekshik and Nazuna, both of whom, as well as Lost 1002, all of whom were a part of the RTA in Japan run that we did back last December. And yeah, they're all great, and they've helped push this game to its limit. Believe it or not, there is still potential left to break this game, which you'll be surprised when by the end, like, how is there still something left to break? But we still have a couple more things that we can still do in theory that we just haven't found answers to.
Yeah.
And by we haven't found answers to, I mean Jado hasn't found answers to.
Having the power to force cutscenes to play is extremely powerful.
Yeah, it doesn't even break this game as hard as it breaks Ys 8. So I have my allies set to evasion focus. It's a bit of a strat to keep my characters really close to me. Durin has the fastest dodge roll speed in the game, but being able to manipulate my party's AI position is really nice. Really, in this game, your AI is pretty useless. They do like 40% damage, but they can't die, which is a really nice benefit. You can only die if they're playable, or if they're being played as. So here what I'm doing is I'm switching my characters and then switching back as one of them is rolling into the cutscene trigger for this boss. And in doing that, I basically just skip the trigger for this boss, and the cutscene that loads the boss in starts playing. But we're going to skip that. I'm going to do 7 neutral rolls and do the same thing again. Go into that, set him back to the active position, open the map twice, and go back to memories. And what opening the memories menu and opening a memory will do is allow me to essentially cancel the boss flag and prevent the boss fight from forcing. Because if you're not on the screen that a boss fight is on when you do that, you will fall through the floor and hit a kill plane and die. But there are screens where it actually will be useful to not do that. Yeah. So that was supposed to be a boss. It's not there anymore.
I still miss the bee.
Wait, what? Who misses the bee?
Nobody misses the bee.
It's a fun trick that you had to do 4 times.
That you had to depend on basically random movement or attack patterns to get. What we're talking about, there's a trick that you can do, it's arguably not even a glitch, where you repeatedly chain together a bunch of flashcards on an attack that knocks you upward and can allow you to actually just jump out of the arena and then be able to do most of the skips that I just did. Alright, so... Oops, I don't need a text storage here. That's on no major glitch, or that's not even on major glitches. That's only in all bosses, which doesn't exist. Because I ran it once and I'm like, this is too memey even for me. Alright, so I text storage off that NPC there. We just skipped the entirety of the rest of the Ancient Burrow because that gets rid of Karna and we need her for this next dungeon.
And while they're going to the next dungeon, a little bit of context of what this is skipping. There's supposed to be 2 towns that are sort of landmarks, and you're supposed to go to them, and they give you... there's a lot of plot of Adol getting arrested and getting his memories back and helping the towns with their problems, and that's all being skipped right now.
Alright. So, by pressing X there during those text boxes, I can actually go to this wall here and activate a puzzle that isn't supposed to really activate until after I've completed both the scenarios of the river and the tree village people. So I'm just kind of forcing this game to a later state. This place has the best music in the game, don't at me. Aw, dang, I missed it. Oh.
So what Ghost is doing right here is you're supposed to get an item that allows you to swim underwater, but there's a little quirk with the physics where when you reload a memory, it kind of reloads you just at the water surface and pushes you down, which gives you just enough downward momentum to go under a little archway where you're supposed to swim underwater.
Yeah. So that's a way to, it's a sort of skip to bypass the need to swim underwater. which I only needed 2 spots in the entire game, because water is kind of super broken. But yes, so there were 6 party members in this game, but we only really see 4 in this run. The 5th one joins for the very final sequence, but she's like, you don't actually get her introduction proper in this category, which is a shame because she's probably the best character for combat in most categories of the run. There's also a blonde-haired man who we see periodically. He's skipped in every category. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can line this up here. Darn it. Darn it, why is my position so bad? Oh, I'm losing time here.
Oh, what am I doing?
So that skip just allows me to enter this little mouse hole while regular size. If you do it right, it saves about 3 seconds. So once again, we're going to skip the boss trigger here, although this time we're not going to use the memories to exit out of it. So he's going to hit the boss trigger, we're going to load up a memory, and now he's standing on the boss trigger while being active, and we're going to roll to the back of this screen here. The boss is going to start and trigger, but we're just going to ignore it. During his intro cutscene, which is playing in the background while he, mercilessly stomps my allies here, we're going to exit this area, and you'll see the screen fade to black, which means that the boss fight has started. But instead, because I exited that dungeon, the game triggers the cutscene that plays after I exit that dungeon, which means I now actually have a flag stored. Use a text storage there on the gravestone, which is Adol's grave. A bunch of story stuff happens. I don't have the time to explain it. Adol is not dead. He is with us. And that's going to warp me up to the next town because there's a triggered cutscene warp once you trigger that cutscene. That takes us to the next town. Then we go to the door there to store text, because if we exit that door, normally a boss fight will trigger that we are not even close to being able to do.
And the reason... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jenna.
Oh, no, no, go ahead. It was just a...
And the reason that boss fight would trigger is, as Ghost said, there's a flag set when you leave a boss, or when you're in a boss fight, and when you leave it without exiting it correctly, let's say, the flag never gets removed. I assume that flag is there for when you die in a boss, there's a different screen for retrying, or a different sort of setup.
Yeah, so welcome to the Final Fantasy X portion of this run. That's not as big a deal as it is in the other categories. But here's where we get our 4th character. Her name is Kalilika, and she is going to be useful for a couple of bosses, because we actually do have to fight some things in this run. Anyways, so we're going to enter this, and what I do, this sort of improves consistency, but is not quite optimal, but it makes this fight significantly more consistent. So I'm going to take a death here deliberately, and then this is going to allow me to actually do more damage. I'm not entirely sure why this works. This boss is like different depending on the game's in-game night and day cycle. There's a lot of things with this game that I barely have the time to explain. But yeah, Kalilika is the only one here who can do enough damage to these nerds. Oh nice, yes. I learned Gigant Hammer. Aw dang, it didn't hit him. So when you learn a skill, it demonstrates the skill, which is nice because it's free. Alright.
And whenever...
Yeah, so when forcing this fight, we're going to trigger a cutscene here, which allows me to get the gold wing, which lets me warp anywhere from anywhere. Normally you can only warp between 2 monuments that you touch of the same color. And so it's also really nice to have a 4th character for this next skip that I'm about to do. So I'm going to go back to the bee, because the bee is an easy boss that we just kind of left there. And instead of actually loading the boss, I'm going to warp back to the sanctuary. And this is going to store a boss state in the background, so that the next screen that I enter that has a boss fight in it is going to trigger it. But since the cutscene is forced to play here normally, I don't hit the death pit and die.
Yeah, it just loads you back right where the cutscene's supposed to put you instead of that.
So now we get to hear one of the best tracks in the game for a little bit longer than even most people will listen to it casually, because it's there for like 3 screens and that's it.
I think it actually does play on the whole run up the mountain, but you would never go to a lot of those screens after you clear the dungeon because there's a warp.
Yeah, so in doing this, we don't have to clear the tower dungeon, so we can just skip it, which is a shame because the tower dungeon has my personal favorite like power-up in any RPG ever, which is the Gale Shoes. Lets you run stupidly fast, but it only actually increases your movement speed by about 25%, so it's not worth the 5-minute detour to get in this category.
Yeah, it's a shame that the Gale Shoes are so much. They're really fun and it's just really fast, but the dungeon is just full of like short cutscenes to activate machinery. So there's no way to go through it quickly.
We can force our way like to the top of the tower, but that's not even like close to where we need to go for that.
All right, so this next trick is what I refer to as Coral Skip. It is one of the more tricky glitches in the run. First, we need to get out of bounds, which using the rotor droplet to revive my character, I only need to despawn them. I don't need to kill them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll into this water here. There's a little bit of water on this screen here, and then I'm going to switch to Karna, and then I'm going to roll out of bounds now that Durin is out of bounds. And then, Zelnu, you want to take it from here, please?
Okay, so what's happening is every time you load a memory, it sort of resets your party's position to where your character is, and one character will be up and to the left of you, and one will be up and to the right of you. And then when you... So we're using that, and we're using the fact that you can switch which character you're playing as in the menu to sort of move up and to the left. So it's play a cutscene, or play the memory, which plays a cutscene, which resets the position. Switch to the character that's in the top left, play it again, and it's sort of leapfrogging characters up and to the left to try to hit a loading trigger that is behind a piece of coral that we can't break.
Pretty much. I lost count. Supposed to do this 12 times. There, we did it. Okay. I got it first try, but I probably did more loads than I needed to. All right, so that allows me to skip an entire section where I have to deal with a boss fight, getting the 6th party member, and all the cutscenes that come with that. Real quick, the actual fastest movement on the swamp water here is to just roll repeatedly, as opposed to sprinting or any other movement ability you get, which I don't have in the run, but yeah.
So coming up, we're going to use the only side quest. We're going to use a side quest. I think the only side quest in the game that actually moves your position.
Yeah, it's the only one in any category. So there's a tent here, which just like bridges, I can do text storage on tents, which is nice. Although I have to menu with the mouse because hitting confirm on my controller would get rid of the text. So I cross this trigger right about here, and it's going to trigger a cutscene here, which this cutscene is tied to an event that warps me back to this shop that's later in the game. I can't exit here because I'll start a boss fight. But conveniently, this shop has some very decent weapons for this point in the game. And now I'm going to work back to the warp point I set because, again, I can't actually exit. I can't actually exit this shop here. Now, ordinarily, I can knock these guys out of the way because they prevent me from doing stuff, but I'm just going to kill these little frogs here. Or, I only need to kill one at least. Alright, so this is one of the few puzzles that still takes the mouse. And as soon as I enter this room, we're going to fight a giant frog. So if I can get a little bit, if I can get some OS frogs in chat for good luck, please. It's the one thing I'll ask from chat. Alright, so I'm going to roll up to this boss. And then Kalilic is going to use her finisher, and this is going to freeze the screen for long enough for me to unload a lot of damage with Adel. Unfortunately, I didn't get the boss freeze there, which is a nice little side effect that can happen in this fight. I haven't touched on that yet. So you can actually simultaneously guard and dodge in this version. You couldn't in the original Vita. I have to use my honey potion.
Also, something I just want to bring up while both racers are kind of going on to this fight, and correct me if I'm wrong because I didn't quite see Ghost on your end. They actually get different items during that shopping. Both players got a sword for Adel, which will be required, but I believe Ghost got a weapon for Durin, and Jado got a weapon for Loka. And Jado actually just got the boss freeze, so...
Nice.
Oh, no, it's gonna unfreeze. Oh, no. Yeah, okay.
Oh, got it for a bit.
Yeah, so here's a little glitch that's fast to do, where I get the Beast King's claws, and I actually let this little tutorial text box come up and go dissipate while I'm warping back to this little checkpoint that I said earlier. So welcome to the Wario Land part of this run where we just elbow everything. Beast King's claws are about 12% faster than dodge rolls. It's like half a second faster to de-equip Beast King's claws, but I forgot to do so until I ended up in the swamp, so whatever.
So the reason
here's where the game's gonna get really broken, even more so than it is already.
So the reason I picked the weapon for Calico over getting it for Durin is just so it can kill the frogs easier in the special. And it just helps out with the frost freeze.
Alright, so we skipped that boss, but we actually need it for something here very soon. So there's supposed to be 3 more dungeons after this, and then the final dungeon, and we're not going to do any of that, pretty much. Oops. Alright, so I'm going to work back to the boss, and then do some trickery here. What the heck? Load this. I'm gonna do the boss thing here, but instead I'm gonna actually warp to here, and then I'm gonna go to the screen where the final dungeon's entrance is. And it's essentially going to force a cutscene that lets me go into the final dungeon here. Only this is gonna involve cutscene walking, so I get close enough to the final dungeon, I open the map up. I wait for this text box to appear twice. Listen for an audio cue to show that I've done the glitch. And now I am essentially in the cutscene that opens the final dungeon, except I can move around because cutscenes are really tricky in this game. It's important that I don't actually control Adel here because his character has to walk up to open the door. So yeah, we just skipped a whole bunch of cutscenes, 3 dungeons, and then the entire sequence of having to open the door to the final dungeon. And yes, so he's going to walk up and open the door, and later on in this cutscene, the big bad's supposed to, or there's supposed to be a cutscene where the big bad keeps me from entering it, but when he opens the door, it actually opens up for us to walk through while we're walking in the cutscene. It's kind of neat. I move up here, and this is going to force an encounter. And this encounter is... Whoopsies. That's bad.
So this encounter is actually supposed to play at the end of the dungeon, but because we left the boss earlier without actually leaving it correctly, it triggers now, and beating it triggers the end of the dungeon.
Yep, so we skipped basically all of the final dungeon. Now, if you've ever played Suikoden 2, which I need to reference that at least once, essentially, it's kind of like that game where there is a big final boss, but there's a bonus boss after it that's supposed to kind of resolve everything. And that's kind of what this game is, only we've actually skipped the final boss. Like the main true final boss. Oh, Adel died. Yeah, he gets kind of one shot here. He is equipped correctly. Okay. So once I get up here, which I gotta go up this volcano here, because we gotta chuck the dark powerful MacGuffin, which we got many cutscenes that we skipped ago. We gotta chuck it in the volcano and copy Lord of the Rings. So you're gonna see this girl here. She's Lisa. She's normally like the worst character in the game, but in the speedrun, she's actually quite helpful, because in this fight, sometimes she draws aggro from the boss. And she heals us, which kind of trivializes this fight, admittedly. Alright, so this is basically the final fight of the game.
And for both sides of the race, this boss kind of scales kind of to your level. And that's why the enemies on this volcano will one-shot you, but the boss is actually like a reasonable fight that if you're doing reasonable damage and not getting one-shot.
So I just flash guarded his super there. If he got that through, then I would have had to sit through this lengthy attack animation. Yeah, poor Lisa here gets bullied, but she has infinite health, so she'll be okay. She's quite a big help, actually. I used to hate her, but then like, because she kind of leads you on this forced escort mission, but instead they moved that to this sequence for some unknown reason.
There has to be something with one of the cutscenes that is fast forwarded that adds her to the party, but it's being removed.
Alright, and that is Gruta. So time is going to be when the screen fades to white on this next scene, which is about 10 seconds from now. Alrighty. Actually, it's less. I'll let you know. 3, 2, 1, time. Okay. On my end, that's a 32:30. Nice. Alrighty. So, made quite a few safety saves here. Messed up a couple little things, but I think I actually executed that run very well. Where are you at, Jada?
Red bar on Gruta.
Okay.
About halfway.
Nice. We're able to keep this fairly close. Alright.
Yeah, it's actually been a very close race for most of it. It's been maybe 30 seconds
Okay, there we go.
difference.
Alright, GG.
Okay, time is coming up now.
Very
What a
good.
race.
Very
Holy
good.
cow.
Okay. Oh, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah,
you.
so record of this category is like 29-28 by Akshik, who utterly broke this. He got like he got a ridiculously good run. I'm second with 30-40. I think you two both had like very close PBs in the 31s.
Yeah, 31, 30-ish.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I do have one last thing I want to show off with this game, which is
Yeah, I think you mentioned this, and I was really excited to see it. I think we should wait for our producer and our ear to say that we're good to go with it. But yeah, I think you were going to show off New Game Plus is what's coming up. Is that right?
Yes. I'll show it off on Nightmare because it gives this run a little bit more combat intrigue. But yeah, it's about like a 15-second difference max. Alrighty, I'll go ahead and give a quick countdown. Should take no more. I can do this blindfolded in about 5 minutes, but I'll do it on with sight just because there's no camera to prove. Alrighty, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so we're gonna start with the file like normally. I just loaded the file that I just completed to make things extra intriguing. Actually, this might be a bit of an issue. I'm actually gonna restart this because I forgot that the current any percent files are a little bit worse than later any percent files. All right. Do I have any other clear data from earlier? I'll use this one. All right, I'll try this again. 3, 2, 1, go. I apologize about the false start there. Current any percent new game sets me up to have a really hard time on that fight. But this was an old, this is like any percent no major glitches file. All right, so we're gonna go into the memories, and there's no bosses option. Why did I load all the boss? Oh, that's why. I loaded the entire thing. All right. So now Gruda's gonna do that attack, hopefully. Alright, so we're just gonna exit the boss arena. Okay, and then we're gonna go to a memory here, which is gonna turn the game from being in a boss state to being in a oh, is it? I don't think this is Nightmare anymore. Whoopsies, my bad. Oh well. Oh, it's Nightmare. Okay, I did pick Nightmare. I get 2 shot. I died. Nice. So by loading the memory, I turned the game from being in boss rush to being in story mode. I love that he says, try this, no escape. Alright, I'm gonna taunt him for just a second here. Come on, use your finisher, buddy. Nope. Denied. Jerk. Alright. And... time is coming up. And time. Alright. We're not counting the false start. I got a 217. So, yeah. That is the way to beat the game on Nightmare. If you can't handle beating this game on Nightmare, which it's probably the easiest East game, so... I would say that it should be the most bearable of the bunch, but if you can't beat this game on Nightmare and you want to get the Nightmare achievement, you can just use that glitch. You just have to repeatedly guard his upward shooting attack, and then just load a memory and re-enter the fight. Alrighty. So that'll do it for my set of their runs. Coming up next.
So coming up, we've got Jado is going to be doing East 8 next, and I think, Kumo, you're still going to be here for commentary on that one. Is that right?
Yes.
Awesome. So we are going to send you all over to a break real quick while we get that set up. And we will be right back with some more East runs.
Okay.
And we are back. Welcome back, everybody, to Tina's RPG show, I guess. We've got 2 more runs for you tonight. First, it's going to be East 8, Lacrimosa of Dana? I don't know. Look, all of these titles are really tough. We started with Origins, and I felt really good about my ability to pronounce games, and now I can't do it anymore. This sucks. Just a reminder for everybody who's just... I'm sorry?
Is this a bad time to cut in and say it's Origin and not Origins?
Oh, no. Yes, it was... There was no such thing as a good time. I'm 0 for 3, everyone.
It's fine.
Good news.
It's fine, everyone does
0 for 3. So if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to support our live content, consider heading on over to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. You can laugh at me live as I fail to pronounce games titles. If you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can sub to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. Consider using your Prime Gaming sub at GDQ. Information for all of the Hotfix shows, not just this one, but all of them, like Boss Brothers, which was yesterday, which was a tremendous amount of fun, can be found at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. From there, you can find out more information as well about submitting runs that you think really need to be shown off to the world to any of our weekly shows. All of your subscriptions, gift subs, Amazon Prime subs, and all bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support our weekly Hotfix content. Thank you all so much for supporting the shows. And finally, just a reminder, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we've got an Ape Escape exhibition happening. 2 of the top any % runners are going to be battling it out for supremacy in a tournament format. It's going to be a ton of fun. Make sure that you're there. And now, Jado, you're going to show us East 8. Hey, I can just pronounce it that way. East 8. Hey, I didn't screw it up.
Yeah, so this is East 8. My name's Jado. Of course, I speedrun a bunch of East games. This game is incredibly broken.
Maliciously. Shout out to Sparrow, the best character.
Arrow, hell yeah. So you'll see the estimate is 25. So this game can be completed around like 17 minutes with the use of a glitch called Force Cutscene, similar to Celceta. I've got here with me Ghost as well from previous 2 runs as well, who'll be helping me out with commentary.
Hello. I started learning this game at some point. I do know a fair bit about it. Casually, this is probably like a 30 to 40-hour game, depending on how much you do. It's probably the longest East game, apart from maybe 9. But it's the second most broke East game, if you don't count Celceta New Game Plus, which would make it the 3rd. The most broke, by the way, would be the Master System East 1, which can be done in about 20 seconds. Just to clarify there. But we're not talking about East 1, we're talking about East 8, which is my favorite in the series.
Okay, so I could be ready.
Yep, we're good to go on our end. As soon as you count it down, we're going to start the timer. You're going to play a video game. You're going to complete it real fast. Everybody in chat's going to be really, really impressed.
Okay. Right, so on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
So we start off on Adol's greatest nemesis, boats. Surprisingly, this is the only run of the bunch here which involves a shipwreck, which is kind of a recurring theme in this series.
So here we get like essentially a bit of an introduction to some of the characters, like before everything kicks off. And
the guy in purple is Hummel. The girl in orange is Laksha, and she'll actually be in the run. And then this handsome blue-haired fellow is Dogi, which we finally get to see him in a game. He's basically Adol's like right-hand man in most of the East games. His traveling buddy. So if there's an East game, you're probably going to see those two somewhere in it. Yeah, just a lot of movement here and setup before, and just, cutscenes and exposition before we're introduced to the first boss fight, which is Okeanos, a giant, ancient octopus. And here we get to the combat, which includes the best boss theme in the series, if you ask me. This is sort of meant to be a tutorial for flash guards and flash dodges, and just basic combat in general.
Hopefully it gives us a good
Unlike East Celceta, this is the first 3D East game to feature a jump button, but this one features multiple characters that you can freely switch between and several glitches that involve them as well.
Oh, we're getting a 4th phase, nice. Or not. So what I'm doing here is just rolling and attacking, and this is the faster way to do damage to these type of targets. So sometimes you can give us like 4 cycles of that dodge phase, which is just generally slow. Okay, so now we get washed up on the Isle of Seiran, which is where most
The
of
entire game, yeah. Pretty much the entire game takes place here. Yeah, I really like Saren. It's probably my favorite locale in the series. I know some people will disagree. So he's repeatedly changing together dodge rolls and attacks here, and it's gonna look really funky.
Yeah, you're gonna be hearing a lot of pings.
Sunshine Coastline, why are you so good? Such a good level 1 theme. But this is a fight here on enemy weaknesses. They don't really come too much into play in this run. Yeah, so essentially we're on a desert island without really much in the way of resources. So the entire concept of the game is you build up sort of like a little village of survivors and you find them throughout the world.
Yeah, so this area like generally acts as our main hub of the entire game. So we're not really actually going to be building it that much. More like not at all.
I can assure you there is a lot more to this game, and this game is phenomenal in its entirety, but the run is not going to show off a whole lot of that. And it's mostly because Jado here is doing 3 games, so he really didn't have a lot of time to like prep for a longer category.
So I did a small skip there. So normally you're supposed to pick up like a bunch of items and an extra sword, but we can like stand on a box and just get behind the trigger and hit the loading zone. So coming up here, we're going to be going for a damage glitch. So using Glaxia's knives constantly is going to eventually like stack up a threshold timer thing, and it will just instantly die from all the attacks.
Yeah, if you repeat an attack, there's a sort of glitch on higher frame rates, I believe, that just like lets you stack damage to absolutely absurd
higher frame
extents.
rates. Specifically, Laxia's knives. If you spam those, it will eventually lead to a damage glitch.
Yeah, essentially, it kind of invalidates really difficulties on like more glitchy categories that allow higher frame rates.
Okay, so
It's the part of why we're doing this on easy.
so there's going to be a very hard trick coming up where we're going to be flying out of a boss room, and I'm going to be going quiet for this because it's quite hard.
All right. So here we get our third character, Sahad. I'm just gonna ignore this boss.
That one
Very
first try.
nice.
I
Very nice.
Kind of went to split there. Okay, I'm going to save for this one just in case. So,
Yeah, so there's a couple of frames in the animation there where you can just switch between your characters on the attack and then just repeatedly chain together enough height.
okay, so
So essentially the goal.
go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So essentially the goal is to get out of the arena here and kill all the enemies while in this little gap between the barrier there and the load zone. And that's just going to allow him, once he gets to this point here, to just force a ridiculous amount of cutscenes and just advance the game to a like much farther along story state.
Yeah, so the game is gonna basically freak out now and just play all the queued up cutscenes that we just walked through. And we're gonna like pretty much fast forward to a very specific cutscene that we will skip.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of characters that you can pick up. You're only seeing very quick glimpses into them. So on the island of Saren is this other character by the name of Dana. Most of her events happened in the past, and she sort of plays as like the solo portion of the game. So you're going to see her for a fair bit of the run as well. Nice thing is she comes in at a much higher level than the main party is. But through glitches, we're going to be using her quite a bit.
Yeah, now suddenly we're about 70% through the game. And now we get access to the best Dana, Luminous.
So the difference between Dana's portions and other characters is Dana has 3 different forms, which are her base, Gradica, and Luminous. Luminous moves really fast. She can gain a ridiculous amount of height just by quick swapping. So that's how he's doing this.
Yeah, so binding attack and change to the same button as Dana. And mashing that, just send you up infinitely. So now we're in like the glitch portion of this city, and we can actually come over here to a loading zone, which is only usually accessible by the future/adults party, and that actually forces past Dana into the present.
Yeah, there's a portion of this which you can explore as both past Dana and present party. We're gonna avoid spoilers here because there's some cool things with this game story and some not cool things, but I'll leave you to be the judge of that. But yeah, this whole portion of the game is pretty neat. That's why you see the current party like having these little speech bubbles here.
Okay, so we're going to be coming over here to activate a very specific cutscene. So I'm actually going to be using Gradica to go in here. And hopefully on the other side, I'm going to get an autosave. Okay, I got the autosave. So when I load this autosave and interact with this crystal, it's going to like start a glitch. So we just went deeper from going from past Dana to future Dana back into past Dana. And then when we come out of this Dana segment, we're going to have a party of Danas. Or it kind of treats each Dana as their own character rather than just a swap, I guess.
I think I would like to stress, these games are generally pretty well programmed. Most of these glitches are usually like, we find things that work one way and things that work another way and piece it together. Like, these games are pretty intense and you're not going to run into most of these glitches casually. Like, it's not just a complete mess of a game. I promise they're relatively stable. Even this version of the game, which did not release in a stable state, but has since been made much better over time.
Okay, so here, as you can see, we now have Dana party members who are actually following us. And I can quickly show off. We have weapons equipped in every slot. That's gonna very much increase our damage by a ton. And considering we're still quite underleveled, this is gonna help out a ton. So we're just gonna fly over a trigger here. Also, now that Dana has been separated into like 3 party members. Oh, I got out of bounds. Whoops. Oh, okay, we're over. Yeah, now that Dana is in like 3 separate party members, it makes like hovering slightly harder. You have to go at a certain rhythm versus like just mashing. Okay. Okay, gonna take a save here.
God, this is a video game.
So we're gonna be doing something similar to what we did with that Laxia fight where we killed some enemies and left the room. So we're gonna take this boss down to quite low health so that we can kill it with ease. Oh, gotta turn off that. So we're gonna fly out here, and then once we're on the other side, we'll kill it and just run out to the outside. Oh, oh wow! I found the idea out of bounds. Nice. Okay.
Nice.
So yeah, unfortunately, like out of bounds is like kind of weird. Like from where you're starting, if you go below that point of where you started, out of bounds, you will instantly void out. We're fine now. Just gonna laser that down and then run out here. So some of you that have played this might notice this area is where we meet a certain character. But we're just gonna ignore her. But somehow she's already here. She just woke up. And conveniently, this has actually just opened up the portal to the final area.
Yeah. Well, this isn't any percent run. It does not do the true ending boss, so the ending boss will be fairly soon.
So this is actually like a trial area where we have to do like 4 bosses, but we can just fly straight over the barrier, and the bridge is still loaded. And this is the actual final boss area. So we're gonna just fly out of this bit, change back to offensive, so our party members attack, fix our key bindings. Conveniently, there's a here where we can walk down here. Okay, and now we're at the final boss.
Yeah, no, normally you're not actually supposed to be using this party of Danas for this, but since this party is the only one that can do any real damage, it's kind of nice that we were able to skip into this like this.
And considering we're under-leveled here, this boss is like level 74-ish. We're essentially a glass cannon with all the weapons equipped. But similar to Celceta, this has a flash move and flash guard. So if we press flash guard at the right moment, we're gonna get increased damage, as well as like invulnerability during that time.
Yeah, this game works a little differently from that one because it actually gives you a meter that shows you how long your flash guard timing will last.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, so that's the first phase. Second phase is a lot trickier. We have to defeat 4 crystals around the main boss, and then eventually we'll be able to attack the heart. And we're going to be going for a damage glitch strat on the heart.
4 crystals might sound familiar to people, a little more familiar with RPGs. God, I love watching Donna's animations.
Time up. So one thing I'm doing is keeping up Dana's Dragon Spirit ability. It just increases her damage like quite a bit. Okay. Unlucky we got this pattern. But a crystal that's alive still over there is going to come round. Okay, so that's all 4 crystals down. I'm gonna hit this so I can just recharge SP, and then I'm gonna swap for Luminous. Now I'm gonna just normal attack for a while, and then after a while, I'm gonna spam my 40 SP skill. I'll hopefully trigger a damage glitch. Okay, I didn't trigger there. That's a bit unlucky. Okay, alright, that's kind of unlucky. Okay, I'm gonna have to sort of do this fight normally now. Or not. Okay, I'm gonna have to die here, because Gradico is the only one that doesn't have the weapons equipped, so she actually does, like, very low damage. And it's kind of unfortunate I didn't get a damage glitch. Damage glitch is kind of a quite inconsistent trick. Like, sometimes it just won't trigger. That's fine.
So, to reiterate though, you're supposed to be level 70 for this fight,
Yeah.
and you're level 40? 44?
I beat this probably in the like high 50s.
Yes.
So yes. And also don't forget he has no armor equipped. This is on the easy difficulty, so it's like it does mean he has to do a little bit less, and he can sponge a hit or two, but like not much.
Yeah, you can see when I target it's level 79, and we're currently like level 43. So, if we take too many hits, the fight will just end. Ooh. Okay, there
Nice.
we go. We got the damage glitch. That was a bit close. 8 HP. Okay, so now we're in the third and final phase of this. This one, depending on the RNG, can either go really fast or kind of slow. So it just needs to do damage to its like chest. I'm gonna swap to Luminous and then attack a bit. And then it dies. Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay, and that's the final boss done.
So time will be soon on the appearance of the credits. So I just have to talk to a few NPCs, and characters are supposed to be PCs, but are not actually used in the run. What a game. I promise, this is my personal favorite action RPG of all time. This is, like, casually speaking, this game's lengthy. It's got a lot of content to it, so the run is just a very brief taste of it. But it doesn't get to show how cool the movement engine in this game can be, too.
Okay, time is coming up now.
Sweet.
Nice, good run. What a... These games are so wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is classed as the bad ending, as Ghost said earlier. There is a true ending speedrun, but it's like almost 50 minutes. Yeah.
Now, the true ending speedrun, I assume you can't skip all of the everything.
So with the true ending, we need to get a certain reputation of like 198, which you can only get by doing quests, uncovering the map and certain things like that, and doing raids. There is a glitch where we can constantly repeat the same action to gain reputation, and that takes like 10 minutes to get the full reputation versus doing every quest, or near enough every quest. But it's sort of similar to this run where we escape, go to the end.
Okay, so you still just go ham, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yep.
That sounds amazing. Holy
Like a
cow.
glitchless true ending run would probably be like, I mean, quote unquote glitchless. We do have a sort of quote unquote glitchless category for this game, but it's not on the leaderboards just because it's hard to define what is and isn't a glitch.
Glitchless true ending, when I last done it, was like a 4-hour, 20-minute run.
All right, so we do have one more run today, I think.
Yep.
Jado, you're going to be showing us... God. Oh boy. Yeah, this is The Oath in Felghana. I'm pretty sure I got that one. I think that I'm
Nailed
1
it.
for 4 now.
You nailed it.
But to that end, we are going to swing over to a setup screen real quick, but we're going to be starting in just a minute with that then.
Okay.
All right. As much as I would love to stick around for this, I got work in an hour, so
Yeah.
no, no, I'm.
Thanks for the
No, I'm just
thanks for the help, man. I really appreciate it.
no problem. It's hard. It's hard.
Good job on your runs.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, am I all?
All right, and we are back with one more run. Jado is graciously sticking around and showing us one more top-notch speedrun today. This one is going to be East, the Oath in Felghana. And I mean, at this point, you've been introduced several times, Jado. So I'm going to give it to you. It's your floor.
Okay. So yeah, this is East Open Felghana. Another East game. It's the third, also known as East 3. It's mainly where Doge is revisiting his hometown. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, I'm basically good to go.
Yeah, we're good on our end. So count us in, and we'll get this one underway.
Okay. On go. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so yeah, as I said, this is East Open Felghana. So Doge is revisiting his hometown with Adol. For those who've just joined, my name is Shadow. I run various East games. This is the one that started it all off. When I first started playing this on Steam, I just really wanted to run it. So we are playing on the Steam Japanese version, just because it's faster text. So first of all here, I'm gonna start hearing monsters and Adol runs off to save the day. So this game plays a bit more like East Origin. It has the same engine. It's basically a tutorial. So now we've got a few cutscenes to go through here now. and a reintroduction of a childhood friend for Dogi. So this is Alina. So for some reason, Dogi's name isn't in Japanese. I'm not sure why that is. So here we see the town of Redmont. So about the first like 6 or so minutes is just mainly cutscenes and tutorials, and then once that 6 minutes hit, we start actually getting into gameplay. So this game isn't as broken as the other games. You have like some minor sequence breaks, but right in the middle of the run, there's going to be quite a substantial skip. So we play on very easy, mainly because one of the substantial skips makes us really underleveled going into a certain area. So we used to play on easy, and that would be like generally the default speedrun category. But because of the introduction of that, as well as some other interesting mechanics that very easy introduces. So one of the things very easy introduces is like a quick save. So in platforming rooms, you'll get access to a quick save feature, which when you press F12, it's gonna like save your location, and then when you press F12 again, it's gonna respawn us at that new location. What? Oh, there we go. Okay, so here we're actually able to move around now. Okay, so what we saw there was like an introduction of Chester, who is also Alina's brother. So you just have to do some around town, talking to certain people, just to progress the story. Alina here. Okay, I managed to get a jump and talk on the same frame there. I accidentally talked to her again. Okay, so I use a combination of mouse movement as well as keyboard movement. Keyboard movement is just for the more precise when I need to do certain tricks. And then mouse movement is when I just need to do movement. So here we get news of the miners finding a ruins and a bunch of monsters come flooding out. And the mayor is trapped in there, so we've been asked to go check it out. Okay, so here we can actually start doing some movement tech now. So we're going to be doing a bunch of lunging, which is just by tapping movement and then attack after. And also similar to Origin, whenever we attack something, it's gonna add to our like hit counter all the way up to 1.99, and when we're at that 1.99, it's gonna give us like essentially 2 times XP. Okay, so just gonna be picking off some bees here, just to get some extra level. Try to do some very minor sequence break here. So by attacking against the wall, you can actually gain a bunch of like height. And it's just enough to make it up there. Usually we would need double jump to make it up there. So I need to get a bit of level here. So when we're looking for like level, we're actually just looking at our HP, because there's no level indicator on the screen. So we need to be 88 going into the boss. So we need to come over here to get a key off this guy. Now we have to do a bit of backtracking. Okay. That's our level. So okay, managed to get that. So there is a small little cutscene there, and if you like attack into it, you can void out instantly there after the cutscene's done. Saves a little bit of time. Okay, so we've got our first boss coming up here. Unfortunately, our like strength, MP, speed, and defense modifiers don't actually carry into fights, but EXP rate does. Okay, so Dalon here, our first boss, has a mechanic where every 3 hits will reset her like phase, and our attacks do increasing damage the longer in the combo they are. So we want to hit her with the last 3 attacks of our attack string, and we just need to repeat this a couple times. That went pretty well. Our first boss down. And this allows us to get fire magic. So there's a total of 3 magic in the game: fire, wind, and earth. However, we're gonna be sticking with fire throughout the entire game. Need to go back over this way. I'm gonna go for a small trick here. Okay, you can actually flip through that fence and fall all the way down. That's just generally really precise. Okay, gonna some minor detour here. So this is a red gem. It just powers up our fire magic and allows us to charge it and considerably speed up the next boss. So here we found a male. I totally didn't try to attack him. Okay. So here we have our second boss, Elfeld. This boss can only be damaged by fire magic. So we just have to manage our MP here. I'm gonna be going for double hits on our charged fire. Here. Okay, that was a single hit. Single hit. So double hits can be a bit random. Okay, that was a double hit. That's our second boss down. So this is going to give us a statue, which is very kind of important to the story. There's 4 of them in total. We're not actually going to be doing that. Okay, so we got a second introduction to Chester there to show that he's working under the king, and then Alina catches us talking about him, and then gets kind of upset. Essentially, you have to do the same thing as before. Talk to the Lena and the people in the church. So here we're going to be tasked to go investigate some ruins, and he eventually gives us a key here. It's going to be the second area of the run. So first we're going to go pick up the sword because we're still in starter gear. Make sure we equip that. So you can also do something similar in Origin where you brush against the wall and you get a speed boost. So here we have our second area, which is the ruins. So we're going to be semi-preparing for the next boss on our way through here. So we're just going to be picking off certain enemies and building our combo meter, because we're going to be taking the EXP meter into the boss and trying to get 2 times XP off the boss itself, which is easier said than done. So I'm going to be picking up a shield here, just so I'm a bit safer. And now I can start building my combo here. so we're looking to go into boss about 117, which is still pretty underleveled, but if we can keep that EXP rate up, we're gonna get a lot of EXP coming out of it. Okay, so I'm gonna do a thing called quick save jumping. So when you like quick save midair, land, and then jump and load a quick save, it still carries your momentum into the quick save, so you can just keep going upwards. Okay, so now we're at a desirable level. We're just gonna need to like try attack some enemies to keep our combo up. We can also gain some XP, so we're closer to the next level. Okay, so I got 1.76 going into this fight. So, this fight can go two ways. So Chester here is going to try his hardest not to allow me to attack him. So I'm going to try to get him in a corner and force his shield up. And every time I hit his shield, like every 3 times I hit the shield, he's going to like try and push me away. Okay. Okay, now I just try and burst him down. Okay, I got unlucky there. That's fine. Oh wow. Okay, yeah, he's getting double hits on me now. Okay. Hopefully he gives me a bit more better pattern here. Okay, yeah, now he's giving me bad pattern. This is unfortunate. Okay. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, there we go. So yeah, he can really just stop you from attacking him. If you're like too close to him, he can do his like explosion attack. Sometimes he can just do it twice, and yeah, it's generally a very hard fight to do well.
So I know that this is in the Origin engine. Is that I think that that's correct, right?
Yeah, so similar to like Origin, the Origin Arc of Nepotism, I believe I got that one right, and Open Felghana are all on generally the same engine, and play this generally the same.
Okay, so a lot of the glitches that we saw during the Origin run, we'll probably see something similar in this run.
Somewhat similar. We don't have as much speed as Toal, so we're kind of limited in what we can like clip through, but there is one big door clip that will appear in the middle of the run. So a lot of the stuff in like Origin is based off like how fast Toal can move, and most walls in games like give out after you go a certain speed. Okay, so that was a classic "This is Sparta" moment. I believe in the Steam trailer they showed it as like, this is Felghana. Okay, so this is the like volcano area. We're gonna take a detour to go pick up another sword. And fortunately, because it's very easy, this lava just does nothing. Just a nice warm bath. We want to make sure that we equip the sword. So I've got a thing called on no fall. It's just if I like fall like into a lower room, it will just actually respawn me like at the start of the room that I fell in. And that's unique to easy and very easy. Just to help with platforming. So here we're gonna have our like first big skip. So attacking midair twice, letting go of movement, and then inputting movement again. Oh, okay, it just ate my jump. Nice. There you go, you get to see it again. And that was you can see the no fall like coming into effect there. Otherwise I would have fell all the way down and would have had to loop back around to try again. Oh, I actually want to heal here. So we picked up an item that just gives us dash ability, just allows us to move a bit faster here. And you notice we didn't actually grind at all. So when we did that fight against Chester at low level as well as the 2 times, it's put us like above the level you would normally fight this at. So here we have Galva. I'm gonna be like attempting to take damage just so it speeds up our boost gauge. He has a lot of patterns which just stop you from being able to actually attack him. So you'll see I was like doing down stab into fireball. So when we do a down stab and then release fireball mid down thrust, it's gonna like apply the fire element to our sword. It's just a little oversight by the developers. It can be used to get some big amounts of damage on anything that's weak to fire. Okay, I gotta remember to turn no fall off here, because what's I fall down here? So we also got a second statue off that boss, and that is actually the last statue we're gonna collect. So yeah, we do the game on very easy because it allows us to do certain tricks and we don't have to grind as much. There's also very easy specific only glitches. I say glitches, it's only really the one glitched. Okay, so I've got a little bit more cutscene here. When I was just talking about what the statues that they found. I'll also go find the others. So here we get asked to go, well, they find out that the entrance to the abandoned mine has been opened up. So we're gonna go take a look. So we're gonna get a cutscene here that which gives us the warp feather, which just allows us to warp around, which is very useful. Okay, so he's warped midway in the story. And now we get spooky music. So I'm gonna be trying to like pick off like a couple enemies here because I need to have like one extra level going into the next area. Okay, yeah, good. Okay, so here's essentially the break in the run. There's no text matching, it's just a automated cutscene. Because after this cutscene, the game's going to take a drastic turn. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on. So this is just essentially telling us like the story of Felghana, as well as the history of Felghana and what the 4 statues do. Eventually, this is going to give us the ability to double jump, and that's going to be where stuff starts to get broken. Okay. That allows us to double jump, and also like powers up our boost ability just a slight. I believe in the PSP's version, like once you get the upgraded boost, like it heals you over time when you're in boost. But they removed that for this version. Okay, so we're actually just going to straight up ignore what it told us to do. We're going to go somewhere else. So usually we're supposed to go like all the way down into that abandoned mine. Finish that chapter, go all the way up the mountain, do that chapter. However, I don't like the fact that this gate is closed. So if I line up... Oh, almost got it. Okay, and we click through the door. And now we're in Valentine's Castle. So we're extremely underleveled here. To the point we're going to take a lot of damage if we get hit. So we just need to do a bit of grinding here. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one. So the other maid can go all the way down into where the knights are. Yeah, those knights, they hit really hard. Pick up that strength boost, just speeds up farming just a tad. So we're going to be doing like 2 grind sections during this. So that's the first one. So we have to be very, very careful not to take too much damage here. I just realized, actually. I might have to take damage somewhere. Okay, Please hit. Okay, I'm gonna wait for my boost here, because there's a very tricky part coming up, and I don't particularly like doing this part without boost. So if you don't have boost when you go through that, if you get hit by even one of those balls, you will get knocked all the way down and have to retry. Boost basically just completely negates the knockback from that, and half the damage you take if you do get hit. So this put room is kind of scary. Though since we have no fall off, it's not too bad. Okay, so gonna use quick save there just to do that. So another thing about quick save is it doesn't actually remember if you use your double jump. And we can use it to get back to places once we've done something somewhere else. So grab that. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be the next grind area. We're going to be going all the way up to 232. And unfortunately, they can run around like a lot. Okay, so I leave my quick save near the loading zone so I can just get back quicker and respawn the enemies. And yes, 1,000 knives. There's so many. Okay, so almost there. So this is also getting us a bunch of gold. We also picked up some gravel ore, which we can use to upgrade our gear later. Okay, so one more level. Okay, I'm just gonna respawn the room here, and then gonna be the final grind bit. Okay, so I'm gonna do a small trick here where I just attack under the that bridge there and activate the cutscene for under it. Okay, so just gonna quick save, jump up here. You can see how like much height you can get off this. So usually you're supposed to have wind magic there to get across that, but so as I said before, like with the quick saving, it's only available in rooms that have platforming. Okay, so we switch to skill here. It will then give us a piano piece, which is needed to progress a bit later on. Okay, so we're gonna be heading back to town, so we can go pick up a bunch of a small shopping trip. Quick save jumping completely trivializes any platforming difficulty in this game. Okay, so we sold a bunch of our Revel ore to him. He gives us a bunch of gold for that. And conveniently, now we have enough to buy the next sword. So. I'm gonna buy that, make sure I equip it, and we're gonna upgrade it as well. It's still slightly underleveled. Upgrade the shield as well, just because this helps out a little bit. Now we're gonna have our second, well, I'd say our second most infamous boss, Death Valiant. So this boss has a mechanic where it changes element, and you can only damage it with the same like color element. But at the start, you can damage him with whichever like damage you can. Okay, so I only got it to 548. It's currently in the wind element, so, and since I don't have the wind element, I can't damage him. I might die here. Yeah, okay. That's unfortunate. He kind of trolled me there. Okay, he keeps giving me this pattern. Come on. Okay. He gave me another bad pattern. Fine. Okay, he's giving me the dash. The dash is bad because you can't really dodge it that well. So there's another instance of that downstab fireball. It just destroys. Okay, if I stand close to him, I can bait out his... not that attack. Okay, so this is his physical phase. I can just hit him with just melee. Okay, so usually you want to try to get that boss down in the first phase, but he can like depending on like what attacks he does, it can make it a lot easier or a lot harder. Okay, so I've got a piano piece. I'm gonna use a small quick save jump here. I'm gonna attempt a corner strat here. Okay, got it. So you can jump through corners if you're at a very precise angle. But we have a lot of setup for that one. Just saves a little bit of time. There's a bit of a swag strat. Okay, so here's the second big platforming room. There's a bunch of like falling platforms. And they can kill your jump if you're not careful. Okay, so here is Zelfel. He's a good boy. He's gonna come into this corner. If we stand in this corner, his AI kind of breaks. He's not being nice though. So he can't hit. He can only hit us with a bite attack. So I'm gonna. Yeah, this is the Steam version with Japanese text. So the Steam version usually only has English text. But we found a way to activate the Japanese text. And eventually it came to be that we would be allowed to use the Japanese text because it just runs the same. It just speeds up cutscenes a bit. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna go for the corner. You can do a second corner strat here. Okay, I got both of them. Nice. Okay, so now we have to fix the organ. Yeah, a nice little jingle here. So this room is probably one of the rooms I spent the most time in, because the loading zone to the, like, getting down into the dungeon area is still active, but I've gotten really close to being able to skip this. Like, theoretically it's possible task-wise, but for a human right now, it's not. That would skip, like, quite a bit. Okay, so we need to be careful with these like little enemies here, because there is a bunch of hits done in this game, and when you get hit, you can't jump for like half a second. So, and since there's so many of them, they can constantly lock you out of jumping. So I'm gonna be doing some more extended jump slashing here. To avoid some enemies. So there is a boss up on that in the room up there, but we're actually just gonna ignore it. So don't blink, otherwise you're gonna miss this. So we're gonna line up here, jump on the torch, and just jump straight over. And we're gonna abuse the heck out of all the quick save jumping to just go through this. So one thing you're gonna note. Usually you're supposed to pick up all the statues in here, but because we never actually picked them up, or we didn't do the Rhodius, they don't actually spawn, and the doors are just straight up open. Okay, gotta be careful to avoid the slug here, because... Okay, yeah, I got slugged. Nice. Okay. So if you load a quick save while you're standing on slippy like slime, it gets applied into your quick save, and it's a nightmare to recover after that. So coming up here, we've probably got arguably the hardest boss in the entire game. At least speedrun wise. So we're gonna be getting a rematch against our rival. I'm actually one level lower than I would like to be here. So I'm actually going to be just doing a tiny bit of grind session here. And it's actually going to be building up our combo, because we're going to do the exact same strat as we did with Chester. Okay, so since we entered that room, it did actually activate the warp there, so we're going to warp to it. This just freezes our EXP rate. So then we can get in this with... So yeah, this fight is hard. We are quite underleveled. We need to keep our EXP rate up with him jumping around like mad. So we're gonna try and control him by baiting out his shield as much as possible, but sometimes he can just completely deny it. So hopefully this goes well. Okay, it didn't start off well. Okay, yeah, it didn't start off well. Yeah, this is a death. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Oh wow. Okay, if not, I'll probably just not do the extra strat here. But yeah, this boss is a run killer. Okay. I think we got a try. But some of the Japanese runners do that boss like 2 levels lower than I do it, and I just really don't know how they do it.
So, casually speaking, about how far below the expected level, quote unquote, would you say you are right now?
On very easy, I'd say maybe like 2 or 3 levels. And we're actually still in pretty... Well, we have the armor that we're supposed to, but not the shield. We have lower defense, probably a slightly lower level. It's been a while since I've played this casually. But usually you would take that boss kind of slow and just pick off hits with him. Fortunately, with the strat that we do, we need to constantly keep on him. Okay, so here we're actually learning that the king was also being stringed along. We finally learn who the true bad guy is. Yeah, so when you're low level, you get like increased XP. this can like go all the way up to like, if you're low enough, you can get to a maximum of like 330% extra XP. And also when you have the double, that goes all the way up to like 647% extra XP. But you'd be like only doing 1 damage to the boss at that point because you're so low level. So this fight is unwinnable. I just attack his shield just to speed up him starting his attacks. Okay, he's doing the slow attack. Nice. Okay, all slow attacks. Okay, nice. Oh wow, and then he shows me the fast attack. Unfortunately, we can't break that shield because we need the sword that Chester has right now, but he won't give that to us just yet. So Alina lets herself get captured, so we don't get killed. Eventually, we're gonna plan to rescue Alina. Yeah, so with this game being on like 16:9, usually it's supposed to be 4:3, but the areas aren't designed for 16:9 in. So you can see the end of the skybox a lot of the time. So here we get the Geno sword. And it's very important to be actually equip this, because it's quite easy to forget to equip an item, and then you go into a boss fight and you're doing like no damage to it. Strength is very important in this game. Okay, so you'll notice Dogi has some bandages on. I honestly don't know how he got hurt. So here we're going to be coming up to the final island of the game. So Dogi here eventually passes out from his wounds. Still no idea how he got him. Very good. So we're gonna go straight into another boss fight here. So get us another rematch with certain someone. Okay, so this is Dolan 2. It's pretty much the same fight. However, Dolan is extremely weak to fire. Just be using mouse this one. It's much easier to aim fire with mouse movement. Otherwise, you're limited to 8 directions with the keyboard. Should get it on the next one. Okay. So now we can go through the actual final dungeon of the game. So we need to be careful not to take like too many hits. Like the first part of this area is relatively tame, but it's when we get to the second part where stuff starts actually dealing a lot of damage. So we don't actually need to grind. We are actually at the level we need to be. I'll do a small quick save jump here. Don't get. Okay. Gonna be picking up an armor just because it's slightly safer here. And these enemies are very annoying because the little fire around them that's circling around will do damage on contact. So I'm gonna be like jumping over these all of the time, just so I don't get hit. So, oops. Okay, you're gonna do a little trick here. You can use that item which just stuns enemies for a bit. Just makes this a bit more consistent. Yeah, you can use that to just clip into that bridge there. You can always use this item, it just protects against free attacks. Unfortunately, we can't use those in boss fights, otherwise that would have been quite interesting. So the game doesn't allow you to pause during boss fights. That's close. So as soon as we enter here, we can actually just warp all the way down. Saves us walking. Okay. And here we're going to be coming up to our second to last boss. So it's actually really important that you have the generous sword equipped here, otherwise you cannot defeat this boss. So this boss has 2 phases. The first is just damage its shield and then do some damage to it. I'm gonna be like taking some extra damage here, just so it builds up our meter. So I'm just gonna try fever us in here. Okay, you can go for a second one, but just firing down. Also, he's gonna try again, but he's gonna attempt to blow up this time. You can't be too close to him. I don't know if it actually kills you, but I've never actually tried. Okay, and now we move on to the final boss. So here we have Galaban. Or Galbalan, which how not fully sure how to pronounce it. But the name Galbalan kind of pops up a couple times in the series. It requires the blood of the ancestor to awaken him. And of course, Elena being one of those descendants. Here comes the brother to save the day. So at the start of this boss fight, I'm going to be going for a well-timed fireball to see if I can hit the gem on top of his head. Timing is quite tight. Okay, I didn't get it. It's fine. This boss consists of like 3 phases and 2 like semi-phases between them. Please give me D. Okay. 1 cycle. So now we're on the 2nd phase. So here we're supposed to have Earth Magic to like defend on this, but unfortunately we don't have Earth Magic. Because I didn't have boost, I got knocked back there. Okay, and here's the 3rd and final phase, so this is where most things can go wrong, but hopefully we get good luck here. It's a classic ping pong. Okay, it spawned too close to me. That's kind of bad. Okay. Unlucky. Oh, wow. Okay, I did not expect that. Okay. Final boss down. So, timing is in about another 3 minutes or so.
So to reiterate a question that I asked pretty close to the beginning of the show, for people who want to get into these runs, e-speed runs in general, I believe that there's a community Discord for all of the East games, essentially.
Yep, so there's a community for all of the East games. We have a bunch of friendly people in there, and also I'm happy to help with anyone that would like to learn a few of the games. I'm always active in the Discord, so you would like to learn stuff like East 8, even East 9, Oath, Origin, Celceta, like, I'd always be happy to help, and everyone in the Discord is super nice, so yeah. We have a link to the Discord on the speedrun pages. Would like to join?
Yep, and I will be linking the speedrun.com pages for the East Games in chat pretty shortly here. But yeah, so you do East 8, 9, obviously Felghana.
Felghana, Origin, and Celceta. I've been looking to speedrun all of them so far. So we just got a little bit of movement here. I was just checking on the leader, but no answer. So we're just gonna straight up leave. So unfortunately, Dogi is a bit slow here. We need him to be close to us to be able to actually leave. So we're gonna respawn him in here, so he's close enough to us. And yeah, so timing is coming up now. Yeah, that is
What a
from Felghana.
run.
That's some
Thank you
hiccups
so
on
much
the
for showing off.
bosses.
I mean, not just this run, you've shown off a ton of runs. What a blast. I gotta be honest, I understand precisely as much, maybe even slightly less, about East than I came into this show understanding.
It's a very niche series, and it really does deserve much more credit than it has.
Yeah, it does seem super, super fun, and I mean, action RPGs in general are always really, really engaging. But before we start signing off, where can I find you? If I wanted to follow you and watch you do more of these speedruns, where can I follow you?
So I'm on twitch.tv/Jado_. I'm mainly a Falcon streamer, to be honest. I run either East Games or I play also the Trials series, which is similar games.
Awesome, and I will, of course, be dropping that link in chat. Make sure that you follow everybody who's been on today. Jado, GK, just amazing runs. Amazing runners, super, super fun. So, of course, this wouldn't be a GDQ, show if we weren't going to be rating somebody, but before that, just one more reminder for everyone. If you're watching on YouTube, which, at this point, the show's pretty much over, so I'm probably talking to people on YouTube, so hi, YouTube. If you'd like to support our live content, head on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. Maybe we're live with another show right now. There's only one way to find out. If you've got an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. Consider using your Prime Gaming sub with GDQ. All of the subs, gift subs, Amazon Prime subs, and any bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel support the weekly hotfix content that everybody who was here for this show enjoyed, and hopefully you're also enjoying. Information for all of our hotfix shows, not just this one, but everything that we run, and there's a ton of it, can be found over at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. From there, you can also find out more information about submitting any runs that you think the world really needs to see, that you really want to get to show off to any of our weekly shows. And finally, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, there's going to be an Ape Escape exhibition. 2 top any percent runners are going to be battling it out for supremacy in a tournament format. It's going to be a ton of fun. Make sure you're there. So coming on up, we are going to be rating, if you were here for the Final Fantasy VI episode, you heard Dai Nuitari doing a ton of excellent commentary. He's currently doing Final Fantasy VI. He's got multiple world records in Final Fantasy VI. Absolutely a juggernaut. That's where we're going to be heading on over to after we cut. So make sure you do stick around.